So good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, district staff and administration, as well as our guests, family, and friends who are listening to us via the internet. Thank you for joining on our June 9th virtual meeting. And at this time, I will ask if Mr. Colon would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will move for you, Mr. Colon.
It would be my pleasure. Let's see, lost my camera. There we go. All right. I pledge allegiance to the
Pledge
flag
allegiance to the flag,
of
United
America,
States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you
I
so much.
apologize, Mr. Cologne. I didn't have it muted. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
That's okay. But thank you so much, Mr. Colon. At this time, I would like to introduce my colleagues. Start first with Mr. Ruben Colon, representing District 5. Mr. Ted Doran, our school board attorney. I know he had a trial, so Mr. Wolf may be sitting in for Mr. Doran.
Yes, that's correct.
Hi, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Attorney Wolf, for joining us. Ms. Erin Lieben, our agency clerk. Ms. Jamie Haynes, representing District 1. Mrs. Linda Cuthbert, my wonderful vice chairman, representing District 3. Dr.
All
Scott
right.
Fritz, our superintendent. Mr. Carl Persis, representing District 4. And I'm out of right, your chairman for this year, representing District 2. At this time, we will open up for my colleagues as we talk about the district's vision and mission statement. I'm going to open up for my colleagues to take the lead. I'll start with you, Mr. Colon.
Oh, I didn't see that coming. So once again, I want to thank our teachers and staff for everything that they've done. You know, it's amazing to me that even though school has closed, I still have celebrations on my calendar for some of our schools. And so it just demonstrates the dedication that these folks have to our students and that they love. I had the pleasure this week of participating in several of the car parades. And so Osteen, Timbercrest, Galaxy, Pride is on tomorrow. And so it's really interesting to see not only the professionalism, but the love that our teachers have for our students, to see, as I stood there to see kids in tears and parents in tears as they were saying goodbye to the teachers who had had a positive influence on their kids for so many years. And so that's always really touching. And so I'm slightly a sap. And so to see those folks crying and you're just there, I'm not crying, you are. But it was really touching. And so again, these celebrations continue in D5. And it's, school is out, but definitely the care and concern for our students is definitely still there. And so again, thank you to district staff, everyone. And, these have been some rough times, but we're getting there. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haynes?
Hi, I want to first share that I attended 2 of the military graduations. DeLand High was the first one last week, and it was such an honor. We had a young lady headed out along with a young gentleman, and then we also did our very special student who has the angel heart. And so we honored 3 students that day at DeLand High. And it was really unique because Dr. Carr took a few moments to share each of their stories. And it was so nice to hear the stories of each of those 3 students. And then I went on and joined Mr. Colon at Pine Ridge, and we did Pine Ridge's military students that were headed out. And that was also a great honor. There was a large number of their staff that came out to wish those 2 students well. And I was supposed to be at University High this morning, but we did not have anyone. And so Taylor, which is my other high school, also doesn't have anyone, but I may join some of the rest of you on some of your others as we continue on, because it's nice to see these young men and young women headed out to serve our country. And it's also nice to congratulate them for all the hard work they've put in to reach this point. But it's been a great time celebrating students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Mr. Persis?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, well said, Mr. Cologne and Ms. Haynes. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you all more. I'm looking forward to attending the one student that I have in my district who will be going into the Air Force. And so his graduation will be at Seabreeze Thursday, I believe it is, Thursday around 2 o'clock. So yeah, it's one student, but it's very important to that student and to that student's family. So I will be there. And thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cuthbert?
Oh, good afternoon. I was invited to Coronado's 5th grade parade, as well as Indian River's 5th grade parade. New Smyrna Middle's, they had a drive-by, which was wonderful for an hour. Talk about 8th graders trying to hide underneath the side of the car. I think the parents were more excited than those 8th graders. And what I really want to hand it to New Smyrna High, which is around the corner from New Smyrna Middle, is that SGA members came out to the curb with signs welcoming those 8th graders into the 9th grade. So I thought that was really, really good. I went to Spruce Creek High School's cap and gown distribution, as well as New Smyrna's distribution. I went to New Smyrna's senior parade, which was absolutely fabulous. And then this morning was Spruce Creek High School's. I'm in my orange and black in honor of Spruce Creek Hawks. They had their military graduation. They had 5 to show up, but others don't have to report. So a couple others will be coming to the graduation in July, it'll be nice. They have quite a few academy appointments. And Michael Waltz, Congressman Michael Waltz, was on, I guess, did a tape, and his representative was there to tell everyone what he had to say. But a lot of kids are going in. Several are going into the ROTC, some have enlisted, and quite a few have military appointments to the Air Force Academy, as well as to West Point. So congratulations to all of those students. And I'll be going to New Smyrna's military graduation on Thursday. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. I ditto the same sentiments. I actually will be attending Mainlands on tomorrow at 10 a.m. and Atlantic High Schools on Thursday at 10 a.m. Like so many of you, I was able to attend some cap and gown distributions, and they were great. I was invited to Campbell Middle School's parade. Unfortunately, I was called away for FSBA's committee meeting, so I could not, because that was our first committee meeting, could not attend. But I am expecting great things from those 8th graders that are leaving Campbell and going to their respective high schools. Anything else, colleagues, before we move on with our agenda? If not, thank you so much, and we'll stay on track with our agenda. Our next item is approval of the minutes.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from May, I think it was May 26th.
Yes, ma'am, May 26th meeting minutes.
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been approved. The motion was made by Mrs. Cuthbert, approved by Mr. Persis. Are you ready for the vote? Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Cologne?
Yay.
Ms. Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Persis?
Yay.
Ms. Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida Wright, yay. Thank you. Items for approval on this agenda, items 1.03, which we just completed, 4.02, 12.01, and 14.01. Public participation will take place at 5 p.m. for items of general interest pertaining to the public education of Volusia County. Time will be provided for public comments on any action items before a board vote is called on any item. Time will be provided at the end of the meeting for public comments for items of general interest pertaining to public education and Volusia County schools. And if you need to call in, the number for public participation is area code 386-734-7190, extension 20236. Again, that number is area code 386-734-7190, extension 2036. Moving on to approval of the agenda. Well, before we do that, Mr. Superintendent, did you have any requests for agenda item changes?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Agenda item 801, temporary staffing services. Again, we're going to pull this and request a move to June 23rd. We've just completed the language that's appropriate for this contract, and there is an advertisement that we have to go through a period of time that makes it necessary for us to put it on a later board meeting.
Okay. Colleagues, anything you would like pulled from the agenda? If not, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the necessary removal of item 8.01.
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Thank you. The motion was made by Mr. Ruben Colon, second by Ms. Jamie Haynes. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll start. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The vote passed unanimously. We'll come back to public participation because that is time certain. Superintendent Fritz, do we have anything to remove from the consent agenda?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Colleagues, anything you would like to remove from the consent agenda or would like to discuss?
Yes, there is an item I would like to discuss, and it is the calendar committee. I'm listed as to be determined. However, I do have an individual for that committee by the name of Jody Castaldi, which I'll be submitting. And so if we can pull that one out just so that I can add the name, and I guess we have to vote on it individually that way, correct?
Yeah, that's what I would recommend, Mr. Colon. Okay. Any other items? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the one item being brought forward for discussion.
Move approval of the consent agenda minus the item concerning the calendar committee.
Thank you.
Second,
Second.
third,
Thank you. The motion was made by Mr. Carl Persis, second by Ms. Linda Cuthbert. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Ruben Colon,
yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis, Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. Now, well, here, we're going to go ahead and discuss the item on the consent agenda. Superintendent Fritz, so you heard Mr. Colon. Do we need Kelly to join us for this conversation?
Actually, it's Rose Rowland who is going to take the lead. Rose Rowland and Rachel Hazel will be taking the lead for the committee. So Rose is on the line.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Colon and Ms. Rowland.
So I would like to ask or to add Jody Pena Castaldi. Last name is Castaldi. She is a parent of a middle schooler at Deltona Middle to be my representative on the calendar committee, and that is the change.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. We'll make sure that gets taken care of.
Thank you.
So everyone has representation on the calendar committee?
I believe there were two that were missing. It was a superintendent representative and myself were still TBD.
Okay. Superintendent Fritz, are you planning to, and you don't have to tell us because that's really up to you, but are you going to appoint someone to the committee?
Yes, actually, Miss Rowland is she's serving dual roles.
She's going to be your designee. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, you've heard the action item in reference to the calendar committee. I'll entertain a motion to accept the corrections of adding Mrs. Castelli for Mr. Colon and Ms. Rose Rowland for Superintendent Fritz. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
I heard him.
Second.
Oh, second, thank you.
Okay.
The motion was made by Mr. Carl Persis, second by Ms. Linda Cuthbert. Any other discussion?
Well, I just want to say thank
Go
you
ahead.
to Rose Rowland for multitasking. I know that's beneath her pay grade because she can juggle as well. So thank you, Ms. Rowland, for all that you do.
No problem. Nothing else below my pay grade. It's a team effort.
Thank you. You're correct. It is definitely a team effort. Thank you, Ms.
Cuthbert.
Cuthbert. I'll call for the vote now. Mr. Cologne,
Yay.
Ms. Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The vote passed unanimous. Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll move down to item 10.01, superintendent announcement and comments. Superintendent Fritz.
Yes, ma'am. We have two announcements this evening. One is for the next school board meeting, which will be next Tuesday, June 16th. It'll be at 3:30. Our main topics of discussion at that board meeting will be the division budgets. And the following week, June 23rd, we will have a regularly scheduled school board meeting, again, virtually at 3:30. And that's it, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Fritz. Any questions, colleagues? Everyone have those dates on your calendar, am I correct? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Moving down to public participation, matter and related to any matter for public education. That is time certain at 5 p.m. So we will come back to that. We'll move on to item 12.01, administrative appointments, human resources. Dr. Fritz.
Yes, ma'am. I'm very excited. We have a number of appointments this evening, and we're going to start, and I'll bring them forward one at a time. Today, it's our pleasure, after an exhaustive search, to recommend that Kevin Pendley be appointed as the General Counsel for Volusia County Schools. Mr. Pendley has more than 25 years of legal experience, many of those experiences working with exceptional student education as an attorney. He's practiced law in Florida since 2007 and has an extensive background working with school districts regarding legal matters in the area, again, of special education. If approved, Mr. Pendley's effective start date would be July 1st.
Thank you, Superintendent Fritz. Any questions, colleagues? Hearing none, entertain a motion. Go ahead, Mr. Cologne.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought your hand went up. I'm sorry. I see you got a little hand symbol now.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation for our legal counsel.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept the recommendation for council.
Yay.
I'll second the motion.
Motion is made by Mr. Ruben Cologne, second by Ms. Jamie Haynes. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I just want to say, to find someone in the legal realm who has so much education experience is very welcomed. They're very rare. And I know when we had Mike Dyer, who is now the county attorney, he had just gotten his certification in public education. So I just want to say thank you, and comes extremely well recommended. So, but thank you for moving across the state to what we know to be the east side. So thank you.
Any other comments, colleagues? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Cologne,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Paul Persis,
Yes.
Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The motion has been approved unanimously. Thank you very much, colleague. So, next, Superintendent Fritz.
It's my pleasure to recommend Karen Chenoweth as the principal at University High School. Ms. Chenoweth is currently the principal at Galaxy Middle School, and she has been a principal for 25 years, 23 of those at the high school level. Her effective start date would be July 1st.
Okay. Colleagues, you've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
I'd like to motion that, yes, we accept Karen Chenoweth as the new principal for University High School.
Is there a second?
I will gladly second that motion, even though there will be a loss in my district.
Thank you. Any, the motion has been probably moved and second. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to say something, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
I think 23 years as a principal, I think is incorrect.
It is.
Okay, yeah.
It
Her
is.
first,
It was
yeah, her-
teacher, assistant principal, and principal. I apologize.
oh no, that's quite all right, because when she came to New Smyrna for 2 years, see, I was the first loss, just want to let you know. That was her first, and I found her very welcoming to the community. We owe her a great deal at New Smyrna High. She put a school back together that was hurting. There were people leaving in the faculty. She brought them back, and we have the most gorgeous, gorgeous gym floor ever. And she understood how important those steps were going into the courtyard. So, and we worked beautifully together. I still miss her. So Karen Chenoweth, congratulations. You wanted to go back to the high school, but being at Galaxy, now you know where the kids are coming from. So thank you for taking good care of Patty Core's legacy at Galaxy, and we wish you very well in Orange City. So congratulations.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes.
Go right ahead, Ms. Haynes.
So I've known Karen since she was a teacher and turned into an academic coach. And what I'm excited about is she's actually coming back home because she spent time at University High as an assistant principal, and now she's returning as the principal. And she lives right here in this community, and it's so nice to have her back and to know that, you know, she's already vested in the community because she lives here. And so, Mr. Colon, I'm sorry that you're losing her from Galaxy, but I think she's coming home to where she needs to be. And remember, you and I share students at university, so it's a win-win for both of us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
There's nothing like friendly, little friendly jeering at one another, but it speaks a lot about Mrs. Chenoweth and her capabilities. Any other discussion?
I do want to add one more detail.
Okay.
So I am now in District 1, where we have 3 high schools, and we're the only district with 3 high schools. I have 3 outstanding female principals leading the 3 high schools. And I think that's a fabulous thing when you look at high schools, to have 3 females leading 3 high schools. So I'm excited about this.
Duly noted. Duly noted. Any other discussion?
They say when mama's happy, everybody's happy. So yes, ma'am.
I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Oh, yes.
and I write yay. The vote has passed unanimously. And again, congratulations to Mrs. Chenoweth on her new position at University High School. Superintendent Fritz.
Yes, ma'am. It is now my pleasure to recommend Selena Jones as the Edgewater Elementary School Assistant Principal. Ms. Jones is currently the administrative teacher on assignment at Turry T. Small. Ms. Jones' effective start date would be July 1st, and you'll know that vacancy, the assistant principal at Edgewater, is due to Ms. Homegrown becoming a principal.
All righty. You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Ms. Jamie Haynes, second by Ms. Linda Cuthbert. Any other discussion?
You know, this is when I miss our board meetings in DeLand, because I haven't met Ms. Jones, I don't think yet, at least enough to keep the face with the person. And I wish we could have met today. So I'll have to definitely stop by and greet this lovely young lady into Bobcat land. Working with Becky Porter will be it'll be a wonderful, wonderful team for the city of Edgewater. So welcome on board, Ms. Jones. Thank you.
And what we can do, Mrs. Cuthbert and Superintendent Fritz, just make note of this for our July meeting. we will bring in all of our administrative appointments so that you can get a
Yeah.
chance to meet them. And I know our meeting, I don't believe will be extremely long, so that is something that we can do just to meet and greet our new appointments.
Yes, ma'am, you got it.
Thank you.
Great idea.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'm sure Charity Small too will be totally missing their POA, but I love to see people being able to progress and advance within their career. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The motion has been passed unanimously. Thank you, colleagues. Back to you, Dr. Fritz.
It's now my pleasure to recommend the assistant principal for South Daytona Elementary School, Megan Pelletier, who's currently an assistant principal at Spruce Creek, has applied and been selected as the next assistant principal for South Daytona. The start date would be July 1st, and I'm incredibly appreciative and grateful. Ms. Pelletier saw an opportunity to assist the school and jumped on it, and we're expecting great things from her there.
Thank you. You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
I make the motion that we accept Megan Pelletier, and she's leaving my district to go to South Daytona. I wish her bon voyage.
I second the motion.
Thank you. The motion was made by Mrs. Linda Cuthbert, second by Ms. Jamie Haynes. Any discussion?
Yes, you know, I feel I have never met a more energetic, lovely, happy administrator ever. She always has a smile on her face. Wherever she goes, she lights up the room. So, and that's why I had to say bon voyage. She will definitely be missed by Andrea Hall at Spruce Creek Elementary. But what a fantastic impression she made. I can't even begin to imagine what she'll be doing at South Daytona. So this is wonderful, especially if this is a move she wanted. So, and that makes it all the better for the children as well as the staff. So thank you, Megan. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Anyone else? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yay. The motion has been passed unanimous. Back to you, Dr. Fritz.
It's now my pleasure to recommend the assistant principal for curriculum at Deltona High School. And for that recommendation, I bring forward Alicia Zarbo. Ms. Zarbo is currently a teacher on assignment at Creekside Middle School. Ms. Zarbo's effective start date would be July 1st.
Colleagues, you've heard the superintendent's recommendation. And Dr. Fritz, can you restate her position, please?
Yes, her current position is she's a teacher on assignment at Creekside Middle School, and she is being recommended for the assistant principal for curriculum at Deltona High School.
You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. Colleagues, is there a motion?
So I will very, very happily make the motion to bring Alicia back to Deltona High. She is coming back home as she has spent quite a bit of time there. And so I make the motion that we bring her back home.
I second the motion.
The motion has been properly moved and second. Any discussion?
Absolutely. So last year sometime, just happened to be a day I was at Deltona High, and I walked past an office and I see Ms. Zarbo's office and it's empty. She was packing up because she was going somewhere else. And I didn't know of that move, not that we would. And I remember saying to her, I mean, because I've always known her to be Deltona High. I think she's been there forever, probably as long as Carolyn. And so she was going somewhere else. And so when I saw the recommendation come up on this meeting, it really, really made me happy because she has definitely worked her way up and back home. So I am really, really excited about bringing her back to Deltona High. Thank you.
Good. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I entertain a motion.
I made the motion.
Second.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have a second. The motion was made by Mr. Ruben Colon. It was seconded by Ms. Haynes. We're in discussion. Any other discussion? I'm sorry.
Nope, you're
Well,
good.
I take an affront from Mr. Cologne, who said she had transferred somewhere. The Creekside Cougars is not just somewhere. It's a good destination. I just want to let you know. Thank you.
I'm sure it is, but oh Lord.
Mr. Cash would never speak to me again if I let that go.
Where she had gone.
Oh, thank you, colleagues. It's good. Laughter is good for the soul. Any other discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright, yes. And the vote passes unanimously. Back to you, Dr. Fritz.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to recommend Ty Swift as the Southwest Middle School Assistant Principal. Ms. Swift is very familiar with Southwestern. She currently is a TOA at that middle school. Ms. Swift's effective start date would be July 1st.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fritz. You heard the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that Mrs. Swift be the assistant principal at Southwestern Middle School.
I'll second the motion.
The motion has been properly moved and second. Any other discussion? And Southwest Middle School is your school, correct, Ms. Haynes?
Yes, it's one of my schools. And I had just lost Mrs. Holly Bailey from there at the last meeting because she went to Pathways to be the principal. So I am happy that we are placing Ms. Swift in as the assistant principal to replace her.
And knowing Ms. Swift personally and her pedigree, she comes from principals. Both her mom and her father were principals for Volusia County Schools. And when her mother retired, she was actually one of our area superintendents, and that was Ms. Vicki Presley. So I'm sure she's not only well-groomed, she will have a great support system to help guide her through this process. So congratulations, Ms. Swift. Any other discussion?
I am glad you said that. Now I know who she is.
Yes.
What a vivacious lady she is. Oh my gosh. Anytime Southwestern's tired of her, you just let me know.
Okay. I don't think Jamie's gonna let her go that easily, but okay. Oh, thank you for that. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Ms. Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright. Yay. And the vote passes unanimously. Back to you, Superintendent Fritz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's now my honor to recommend Christina Cromer as the new Smyrna Beach High School Assistant Principal. Ms. Cromer is currently a teacher on assignment at Atlantic High School, and her start date would be July 1st.
You've heard the superintendent's recommendation. I entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for Ms. Cromer to be an AP at New Smyrna High School, excuse me.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Mrs. Cuthbert, second by Mr. Colon. Any discussion?
May I ask a question? Dr. Fritz, has it been determined what she will be the AP of?
You know what, ma'am? I'm not exactly sure. Gabe, Dr. Barrio, and Ms. Core are on the line. They might know that. Dr. Barrio, if you know that.
Sir. Yes, sir. She's going to be the curriculum AP.
Okay, so she's taking Tim Merrick's spot.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for the good question. Any other comments? Hearing none, I will go ahead and call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Miss Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Carl Persis,
Yay.
Miss Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
Ida Wright. Yay. Thank you. The vote has passed unanimously. Superintendent Fritz.
This is our last recommendation for the evening. I'm recommending Christy Moss as the payroll coordinator. Ms. Moss is currently a project manager for our ERP system. Ms. Moss's effective start date would be July 1st. She's an internal candidate that's been working with us on this process with Oracle for the last year.
Thank you, Superintendent Fritz. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve her to this position.
Second.
Thank you. Motion was made by Ms. Linda Cuthbert, second by Mr. Carl Persis. Any discussion?
I don't know her. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert.
I look forward to meeting her. So I'm looking forward to July 28th when we can see everyone. So somebody will have to point her out to us. So, because it would be nice. I'm very anxious to meet her. She has a lot of work to do, I must say. So I admire her ability to have this position. She must be really something. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
So this is kind of a bittersweet moment for me. I want to congratulate Ms. Moss, on stepping forward to do this position, but this means that Rose Pendleton is retiring. And Rose has been a phenomenal part of this district for a very long time, and I was privileged to work with her for many years in payroll, especially with all the summer programs and things like that. And she's always done an outstanding job of making sure that everyone is paid and that they're paid accurately. And so I too want to say I look forward to meeting Ms. Moss in person, but at the same time, I'm going to miss Rose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Mr. Ruben Colon,
Yay.
Ms. Jamie Haynes,
Yay.
Mr. Carl Persis,
Yay.
Linda Cuthbert,
Yes.
and Ida Wright. Yay. The motion has been approved unanimously. Back to you, Superintendent Fritz.
Thank you very much. That's all the appointments that we have for this evening.
Thank you, sir. Well, we want to say congratulations to all our new appointees in their respective areas and positions. Congratulations, and I look forward to not just working with you, but meeting all of you in our July meeting. I believe it's July 28th. Thank you, Dr. Fritz.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to our next agenda item, Superintendent Fritz, presentations for 13.01, our district strategic plan.
Yes, and besides appointing new administrators to their positions, this is definitely the area that I'm most excited about with today's board meeting. Board, you gave me a direction when you hired me, and you said put together a strategic plan for 3 years and have that plan be heavy in accountability. Make sure that that plan reaches the depths of our district so that folks have input into that. And so we began our focus groups very, very early. I have to tell you, as we go forward today and share with you metrics and strategies and our big bucket goal items, I want you to understand the gratitude that I have for all of our employees that have worked on this. This has been a weekly push for every cabinet member on our staff, their staffs, the focus groups that we've worked with, to come today to you to share a draft and understand today's June 9th. And at our July 28th board meeting, we're going to take your comments back from today, but what we're going to bring to you July 28th is a completely finished 3-year strategic plan that not only focuses on those areas to move our district to an A and move us forward, but to also make sure that there are measures of accountability, which you will see today. In here, for the board to be able to get updates. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca Davis, and she's going to guide us through it. Rebecca?
Yes, hello all. Thank you so much for letting us take this time to share what Dr. Fritz was just explaining, all the work that's gone into this across the district, across the leadership team, and from you all. As you may remember, well, I have my colleague Julia as well on the phone, and Corey, who was in person with you, recently gave birth to a healthy baby boy. So I'm excited to be here and present to you where we're at and where we're headed with the strategic plan. If you can advance the slides, I'm not sure who has control of them. Thank you. So there's 3 things we'd like to cover today. One is just recapping the process and the path that we've taken to get here. I know Dr. Fritz just touched on it, but it's really important, all of the stakeholder voices and the input that you all have already provided that helped us craft where we are. This was not a couple of people in a room, and really trying to make sure that this plan is reflective of stakeholder input and feedback, and want to recap what we've done to ensure that. Secondly, present where we are, the current draft in terms of where we've landed with the vision, mission, and core belief statements, as well as the goals, metrics, and strategies that are starting to emerge in this plan. And then finally, preview a little bit of what's to come. So the steps that we'll take to finalizing that plan in order to bring you that final version at the next July 28th board meeting. And then looking ahead to those performance management routines and what we call stock takes that we'll put in place to ensure once we have a great plan in hand, we're actually using it and reflecting on progress to drive practice and drive improvements so that we can reach those goals and improvement for our students. So if you advance one more, looking at the process, and again, there's been quite a lot of work that's gone into, back one, sorry, the timeline slide. There's been quite a lot of work that's gone into this, and starting back in February, a couple of us at Deliver Ed came out to do a capacity review. And what we looked at was the current state and opportunities based on what we were hearing from staff in a survey, based on individual board interviews that we did with each of you, based on focus groups that we held, focus groups the superintendent held, and a leadership self-assessment to get all the inputs and perspectives we could to really drive this process. There was a board kickoff workshop that you all did with Corey and Julia back in March to really unpack the results of what we were finding in the capacity review and start to craft the vision, mission, and core values that should drive our work. We followed up with a kickoff workshop with district leadership to really try to refine and get clear on what the ultimate goal areas would be, metrics we could use to track them, and the barriers and root causes to what's stopped us from being successful in the past, as well as taking your feedback to refine the vision and mission. In April, we started to have goal team workshops, getting pretty granular with goal leads on what those metrics might be, root causes for the challenges and performance we were seeing, and some potential strategies that we could implement as part of this 3-year plan to really move that needle and make sure that student improvement, that we can see student improvement as well as systemic efforts that we put into place are going to have some outcomes. There was a board update to gather your thoughts and input in mid-April, I believe, to reflect on and continue to iterate on the vision, mission, and core values, as well as getting your initial input on the goals and metrics. And we took all that to in May take another step back and go out to our school leaders and our teachers to have them reflect and give feedback on the draft of where we were headed with the architecture, the goals, the metrics, the strategies. Since then, we've been working with the goal leads and their teams to really build out what it looked like for each goal in terms of what the metrics could be and the strategy, and actually starting to develop those detailed implementation plans for each of the strategies. So throughout, we really tried to rely and ensure that we're getting all the relevant input from key stakeholders, as well as letting you continue to guide where we're headed with that vision, mission, and core values. And here we are today to present where we are, knowing looking ahead that we're going to continue to finalize the plan and then again bring to you for final approval in late July. That's the process, and now we want to share with you where that process has taken us and what we currently have to share as the current state. So if you advance one more slide, based on your feedback from our last session and the input you gave, we finalized the vision, mission, and core beliefs. So vision, to create lifelong learners prepared for an ever-changing global society. Mission of Volusia County Schools is to ignite a passion for learning in all students to be productive citizens. All of this driven by a couple of core beliefs that we hold dear. So we believe in maximizing our potential one student at a time. We believe people are our strength. We believe in trust and mutual respect. We believe in shared decision making. And we believe in all systems impact student learning. With that as the foundation, we then built out the goals, metrics, and strategies. And if you go to the next slide, I'm going to walk through each of these goals in terms of what the goal is, the outcome metrics that we're landing on, and the strategies that we believe will support us to achieve those. There's a lot of content here. I know that what we're going to walk through today will be a quick dip into all the content that's available, but part of this process is in building out these details and then coming to you with that final version in July. But if you click one more forward, starting with goal one. Goal one is really around ensuring high quality instruction for all students. And Renee Clayton is going to lead this work. It's really focused on that instruction of students and the way that we're considering measuring that, the outcome metrics. And again, we're trying to elevate these just to the 2 or 3 most important metrics that will really show our impact here, is on the overall graduation rate, as well as the college and career ready acceleration rate. The strategies that we're going to employ to get there are 4 for this goal area. So one is around increasing proficiency and growth in ELA. Another strategy to increase proficiency and growth in math. A third one around increasing proficiency and growth in science. And then finally, a 4th one focused on creating the systems to support inclusive and equitable opportunities for all learners. In this would be the work around acceleration opportunities and making sure that there's a way to support all learners in getting to those opportunities. That's goal 1. If we move on to goal 2 is focused on recruiting, retaining, and developing high quality staff. And Mark West is going to lead this goal area. The way we're measuring success here, there's 3 metrics. One is really around that recruitment piece. So the fill rate of making sure that we have a good fill rate with qualified applicants. The second is around the development piece. So perception data from staff indicating that they are feeling supported as professionals and that they're regularly receiving feedback to help their practice. And then the third metric around retention, the retention rate of effective or highly effective staff. All of this geared toward making sure that we're really achieving the outcomes of that goal. We have 5 strategies in this goal. One is around broadening our recruitment efforts to ensure that we're getting the best the best candidates early. This is going to drive our fill rate and also make sure that we're really getting ahead and being proactive about getting those best candidates in the places where we have gaps. The second one is around developing a strong talent pipeline. Third is strengthening our onboarding systems, including how we align those onboarding systems with professional learning opportunities. Fourth, around improving the evaluation process and ensuring that we can provide meaningful coaching. And lastly, defining and clarifying the human capital processes and procedures to make sure we're efficient and effective across the district. Again, as I go through, just a reminder, all of these strategies were designed and identified based on what we identified as root causes to our current performance and opportunities that we and our stakeholders and our school leaders and educators believe will have the biggest impact. Goal 3 is on providing a safe and supportive environment. And Rose Rowland, who wears all the hats as we've already spoken about, is going to be leading this goal. The 2 metrics here that really rose to the top for us, looking at the data and deciding where we could have the biggest impact and see that we are making progress here, is around tracking the number of district-wide suspensions, as well as tracking the percentage of students who are chronically absent. Strategies 5 for the school area. So the first around establishing high quality and consistent programs for social emotional learning district-wide. Secondly, standardizing the discipline processes and providing consistent alternatives to suspensions. Third is supporting school leaders to build a positive school culture within their buildings. Fourth is enhancing support around school safety. And then lastly, utilizing MTSS to identify and remove barriers and provide appropriate interventions for students that need it. Moving on to goal 4. Goal 4 is really looking at our internal operational processes and making sure we're efficient. So goal 4 is to ensure the resources and operational processes are strategically aligned. The way we're going to track progress here is the percentage of district-wide department-level KPIs that are being met, and being really thoughtful about the set of KPIs that really show efficiency and impact. And also knowing that it's important to be financially, in a really strong place, the dollar amount of our fund balance for recurring expenditures over time. Strategies here. First is around deploying technology and software more strategically and equitably across the district, making sure we have the right resources in the hands to use it. Next is empowering employees to actually leverage technology resources and processes, some of our internal systems and platforms that are in place for employees to be able to be efficient and effective at their work. Third is improving operational efficiency across departments. Notice this is not one silo for one department. We're really treating this as a strategic plan across the district and these strategies as district-wide. So this includes a lot of things in ensuring and improving our efficiency across multiple departments. And then lastly, analyzing and reallocating revenue and expenditures in alignment with our strategic priorities. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, this is co-led, this goal area, by 3 different leads. Greg Aiken, Deb Muller, and Clint Griffin. And then finally, goal 5 is really focused on communication and community engagement, both internally and externally, and ensuring that we have strong systems in place and are effective in doing so. So Kelly Schultz will lead this goal. The metrics, we're still deciding where we're going to land here, but something around the extent to which we're engaging the community, social media followers being one option. And then secondly, stakeholder perception survey data to make sure we're taking into account how we are being perceived by our key stakeholders. There are 3 strategies here. First is focus on strengthening the partnerships and deepening engagement with the broader community and relevant stakeholders. Second is focused on our external communication, so communicating openly and efficiently with families and the community. And then third, looking internally at our internal communications, codifying and clarifying those internal protocols and processes around communications. Taken all together, we do believe that this set of strategies leading up to this set of goals is really going to allow the district to move forward and see progress in the next 3 years. And we look forward to building out more details as we continue to refine the plan. I'll keep going, and then if you all have thoughts, clarifications, would love to hear that at the end. But just looking ahead, there's a couple more steps that we're going to get into, and I want to talk about how we're then going to use the plan to drive our work and monitor implementation, which is an enormous part. Creating a plan is one thing, but what we feel strongly about, and I know that your leadership team agrees, is a plan that sits on a shelf is not what you're looking for and not what's going to see outcomes for students. It's using that plan to drive our actions, coming in to check on it regularly, reflect, problem solve, and improve, and that's what we're going to set up looking ahead. So if you move forward, you'll see our immediate next steps focus on finalizing the plan. So the goal leads and their teams will continue to work with us to finalize those goal metric targets, where we're aiming, how we'll know if we'll get there, as well as the detailed implementation plans for each strategy. We're going to ask that the superintendent and you all as the board, if you would like, to craft messages that we can include in the final plan. I've included a screenshot here from Highland County's strategic plan, where each member of the board put forth a message that they wanted to come up front and center as the strategic plan was launched. In other places, sometimes the board does a message holistically as one board, again, setting up the framing for how this strategic plan, how they see this having impact over the next couple of years. This is up to you, but something we wanted to share and preview with you all because I think it can be really valuable to set the vision for the district. We're then going to compile and format all of these components into a formal formatted plan. Again, I want to urge you to continue to think of this as a living document. Even when we've got one that's approved, this is something that needs to be reflected on and refined. But we are going to do that in time for leadership to present that to you for your review at the July 28th board meeting. And at that point, we'll have a plan in hand. And if you go to the next slide, we'll then be able to start monitoring the plan. So this is a sample calendar. This is sample. We have not laid this out for your goals. This will very much be driven by when data is available and making sure we have the right cadence. But generally how we approach this work is for each goal, you visit and have a district-wide stock take where the goal leads report to the superintendent, problem solve on what's working, reflect on ways to improve execution, each month rotating through a different goal. And then twice a year, looking across the plan, looking across the goals and all the execution to aggregate up into a single district-wide stock take that then leads into a single full plan across the plan update for you as the board. You'll see in this sample calendar, it might happen in, say, February and then 6 months later in August, knowing throughout that time and throughout the year, there are ongoing conversations with district leadership and adjustments to make sure that we're seeing outcomes. Once we do have a plan approved and in hand later this summer, that's when we'll start to actually set up and execute these routines. And these routines are really the engine of implementation that drive the work and allow you to see progress on this thoughtful plan that all these stakeholders have put together. So with that, just as a final wrap up, would love to open it up for questions and any comments or clarifications that I can provide.
Thank you for the presentation. Dr. Frist, do you want to add anything before I open it up to my colleagues?
Yeah, the last slide, Aaron, go back to the stock take slide again, if you wouldn't mind. Okay, so no, one more. There you go. So the board members, when you look at this, the way this will roll, the way I envision this looking for my staff is I would more than just 3 times a year be looking at this. So if you take high quality instruction, we would probably be looking at that once a quarter. And so those different goal leads would come to us. This is a good sample of the way some other districts do it, but we would probably look at certain areas several times. Mm-hmm. And so that stock take process really allows the teams that are coming together, and wanted to explain that to you. So it's Renee is the gold lead, but that doesn't mean she's the only person responsible. Right. Dr. Barrio, Ms. Core, they're also responsible as well as their directors. And so that stock take would take place with them based on the metrics. And what you don't see here are the activities to accomplish those goals and those strategies. That's part of the work plan. And that's what happens after today. What happens after today is the goal teams go back and they start to work on their plans and develop the activities that they need to be successful to meet their metrics and their strategies. Mm-hmm. And that's a big lift. Again, that's a big lift, but that's part of that process as we get to those stock takes. Dr. Balgobin will be the one that will be responsible for making sure that teams are ready to present to me as the superintendent. And Mr. West is the one who's making sure that we don't blow off any of those stock takes, that they get onto the calendar as early as August, and everybody works around those stock takes to make sure that that accountability happens. Because when these stock takes are the reason the plan works, because we are constantly measuring our progress and making adjustments in real time as we need to. And Mr. Griffin will make sure that we're able to capture all the documents so that at least twice a year that we can give you those documents. I've heard boards in the past say, well, we want updates more frequently. But I'd caution you on that, because what you're not going to get is you're going to get a snapshot. So for example, in September here, if we're looking at the academic portion, well, all you're getting is what they've done in August and September. What really is going to mean something to you is where are we at the middle of the year, and where are we at the end of the year. So that's why those stock takes happen. They happen for district staff to be able to push along that journey, so that they can provide you mid-year and summary reports. And really, ma'am, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Thank you. So colleagues, I will open up the floor now. I'll start. I saw Mr. Colon pop on first. Mr. Colon, you'd like to go first?
Sure. So I had some questions. And so when we look at the goal 1, if we can go back to that slide, go back one more here. There we go. So I see that our outcome metric is graduation rate and acceleration rate. And so that seems to me like it addresses the needs for secondary. And I don't see any outcome metrics that would be reflective as KPIs for elementary.
Yep.
And so it almost seems like there's a whole missing goal, because if we're waiting to see successful outcome metrics at acceleration and graduation, that may be a little late.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No. And that I should have clarified. No, that's absolutely right, that if those were the only 2 things we were capturing, we'd be missing majority of your district and students. The way this works is there will be many more data metrics collected as part of this work at the strategy level. So for instance, that first strategy is going to look at kindergarten proficiency and growth in ELA, 3rd grade, 8th grade. They have various cut points, and then breaking it down in different ways. We're going to be looking at other district-wide metrics. It's just that when we think about as an overarching goal, and how will we know overall that we've ensured high-quality instruction, the 2 we were elevating were grad rate and acceleration rate. But I hear your push that maybe we need to think about an elevated metric that may be in other grades. I'm not discounting your comment. I think that's the right push for us to think about. I just wanted to also clarify that there will be other data collected in driving this work that aren't necessarily going to be the ultimate outcome metrics.
Gotcha. And so, for example, here you've got strategy, 1A, increase proficiency in LA. And so I believe there should be a metric attached to each one of these. In other words, because if you don't have a goal, you're going nowhere.
Absolutely.
So, in order to ensure that is the case. Again, I noticed that the outcome metrics are listed as grad rate and acceleration. There's something missing there. In the area in which we struggle, I mean, graduation rate is definitely a struggle. I mean, but, I think elementary there. On the second goal, one of the things that as a district we've always struggled with has been ensuring that we have equity in the folks that we're hiring as it relates to race. And so for the last 2 years, we've sort of had the same plan, and I can only speak for 2 years. And so I think there has got to be something, I'll just say, I would like to see something that is reflective of the information and action plans that we provide to Tallahassee on the equity report, in order to not only ensure, but that we also have folks that are representative accordingly. On the third strategy, the provide a safe and supportive environment, I think we have, over time, we've had a lot of talks about restorative practices, and so and how we'd want to see that. And so for a lot of those restorative practices, here you see, for example, number of district-wide suspensions. Okay, that's great, and that may be district-wide, However, I think that we struggle in some areas more than others. And so while I see here reduce the number of suspensions, I don't necessarily, I don't see a strategy around the restorative practices here. And so maybe that's dug in deep into these strategies, but I'd like to see some clarity on that. And the last one, when we talk about communications, and again, I'm talking about, I've spoken on number 4, we've spoken about KPIs and all that. So that kind of goes across the board. On number 4, when we have the suggestion of the social media followers and stakeholder perception, I think if we set a blank goal to get, so many social media followers, say on Facebook, that may be where the public is not. And so I think that, it's not only creating a concrete number and saying, okay, we want, 500 new followers by the end of the year, versus are we meeting the community where they are at? So I think there's a lot more to be put in that stakeholder perception versus just, do our teachers feel that, and I get that you've got that stakeholder perception, but, our teachers, how do our teachers want to be communicated with? How, because you can send a message 600 ways, but if it doesn't get there before it hits social media, you have failed. And so I just not quite sure. Again, I don't know about that social media followers thing, because, again, you may have a ton of people on Twitter, but if a lot of people are not on Twitter, then, you went up 500, but your community is still in the dark. So those are my feelings on these, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Ms. Haynes?
Yes, I agree with a lot of what Mr. Colon said, but I'd like to talk about the goal number 2 right now, the recruit, retain and develop with the high quality staff. So I went on and looked at our vacancies again late yesterday, and we still at that time had 113 vacancies at the school-based level. And so I just want to reiterate that that is a top priority for me. And I see here, that we have put some metrics along with what some of our strategies are, but I really, I need this to be a top priority right now, not even a year from now. We need to make sure, because that's been my number one thing, that the students, because that's why we're all here, that they have certified classroom teachers. And so, I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see us talking about the professional learning piece there, because it's not just simply hiring them and then dropping them in a classroom. We also need to make sure that we are providing the training that is relevant, that they need, which means we need to know who we've brought in. If we've brought in someone that has 20 years of experience, the training that they're going to need is different than if it's a brand new person stepping straight out of college that has no work experience, or even an individual that has come in from another field or worked a job. And so, I appreciate this part, but, it really needs to be a focus sooner than later, because this part is going to determine what's happening with goal number 1. We're not going to raise our student achievement. We're not going to meet the needs of our students without making sure that they have a classroom teacher and that teacher has the support and materials that they need in order to do the educational and instructional part for the students. I will also reiterate under the third goal that, we've been meeting and talking about, restorative justice and things like that. And I think there are some great aspects to that. And I think there's some aspects that we need to look at. And, I'm never afraid to look at what are other people doing, So I think sometimes we need to look at if a district is being successful, and it may not even be one of the ones surrounding us. It may be one that's north of us or south of us. But, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to just find out, where is it working and what can we adapt from what is working and work together on it. Because that's the one thing I've kind of never understood about education. I believe if we put all of our minds together, the product we can put out as working together as a team is phenomenal. But, you know, sometimes we get too touchy about this, you know, and we don't want to share, or we think we're in competition. Okay, well, here's what I'll say the competition is. Competition is for our children to be successful. So let's work together to do that. Number 5 is my next one. I was going to save part of this till later in the day, but this kind of lends itself right now. We, at times I struggle with number 5 because I'm an individual that has always believed in very clear, concise communication, written and understood by the audience you're trying to provide that communication for. So if I'm trying to communicate with parents, I need to make sure that what I'm saying, you know, they understand. Because I think what happens sometimes is we already know what we're talking about, and then we're not clear with the message that we deliver. And that's been happening some lately, where we use too many terms that, well, Mr. Cologne would agree with me when he came on. He said, I don't understand all these abbreviations that you guys use all of the time. And so number 5, you know, I'm happy to see that area, but I also think that that is an area, along with number 2, that we kind of need to hit the ground running on right now, because that is the area. I'll be honest with you, social media can be a very, very positive thing if used correctly. If we use social media to share the positive of what's going on, or at times, sometimes to explain why a decision was made. But when we're going to do that, it has to be clear. People will tell you prior to what I'm doing right now, if you went back 5 years into my Facebook account, what you would find is I shared a lot of recipes, and it was all family pictures and, you know, getting to see the babies in the family or whatever. Everybody used to ask, are you going to cook all those things, Jamie? And I said, someday when I retire, I will maybe cook all those recipes. But what I'm seeing now is our communities are not reaching out to us to get the answers. They are reaching out to social media. They're not reaching out to Volusia County Schools. They're not reaching out to their administrators, teachers on their campus. And I know sometimes they do reach out, like a parent or a student reaches out, but they don't get that immediate response that they need. And so I think sometimes we need to talk about who you need to communicate with and where you start. I'm always happy to take any email, a phone call, and respond to people or get them the answer that they need. But I really want people to hear that social media is not going to get you your answers, or it may not get you all of the answer that you clearly need. And so reach out to us. We're happy to help. If you don't feel you can reach out to your classroom teacher or to your administrator, but we've got to do a much better job in area number 5. And that's just where I'm at. I'm happy to see that, but I hope that everybody that's working on this embraces what we're saying we're going to do, and that we stand by what we're going to do, and that we work together as a team, because we're not here to compete with each other. We're here to do what's best for students. But thank you for all of your hard work.
No, thank you all so much for the input. I know we have a couple more, but I do want to just say this is super helpful for us as we continue to build out the detail underneath each one of these strategies, that in some cases is addressing what you're talking about. In some cases, we need to do a better job, because I think that's really where the rubber hits the road, is in how you actually execute this top line strategy. And that some of the information you're giving us is great feedback for that work. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Persis?
I am here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to say I agree with everything Ms. Haynes just said, and with Mr. Cologne too. Excellent comments. I wanted to focus on just goal number 1. And I think what concerns me here is that I don't see student achievement as being the goal. It seems like we are saying that the strategies are to increase student achievement, but the goal is to ensure high quality in instruction. It just seems to me a little backwards. In other words, what's the definition of a high performance car? Well, it's a car that goes fast, and if the car doesn't go fast, you can't call it a high performing car. It kind of reminds me sometimes of evaluation conferences that I had with teachers, and the teachers would say to me, I'm a great teacher. These students just don't want to learn. That's not the way it works. So I'm more concerned about the outcome. I'm concerned, yes, about the graduation rate and the acceleration rate, but to Mr. Cologne's point I'm concerned about all of the student achievement at every grade level in every subject. So I think while it's important to have high quality instruction, I just hope that you're getting my point. My point is you could say, yeah, we got high quality instruction, but in fact you really can't or shouldn't say that or emphasize that if your students are not achieving at a high level, then I don't think you're having high quality instruction.
Thank you. I do understand what you're saying, and I think that's helpful. And again, it may be that the details of the strategy are getting at that, but if it's not clear at this level, which is the level that's going to be public, then we need to refine and massage it. And so I'm so grateful for your thoughts, because this is part of the process, is gathering your input and input from others so that we can make sure that we're reflecting all of this. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. Ms. Cuthbert?
Hello, thank you for coming today. I too have a question about goal 1. When we're talking about acceleration rate, you're talking about how students pass from one grade to another, correct?
Sorry, I was on mute. There's a college and career readiness acceleration rate that's captured at the state level. And I believe that part of it is the progression, but part of it is in the extent to which there's IB and AP and other courses that really provide for more rigorous opportunities. And there's a state calculated metric related to this that we can look at historically and then benchmark against over time.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. And also at the very end, 1D, when you say create systems, is that, for example, the fine arts and STEM, athletics to support all this? Because we know instruction, it just isn't English, math, and science. It's also our electives as well, correct?
Yes.
Is that what that means?
It's part of what that means. 1D, I will admit, is a very ambitious strategy to say, we have these core subjects listed above. There are other opportunities and efforts we can put in place. So like some of the electives you spoke about, but also like I just explained, some of the AB and IB or AP and IB opportunities and other ways that students can flex their knowledge and be able to engage in activities that are going to push them and also help them academically.
Ms. Cuthbert, this is Scott.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
also
sir.
it's also designed. 1D is also designed to make sure we're taking care of all of our learners. So think of our ESC students that are like super seniors from age 18 to 22 that we're providing job internship opportunities for these youngsters to go out into the world. So when you look at this and you look at systems of support, it is providing additional services for kids. It's making sure that they do have those elective opportunities. It's making sure that kids that require assistance to get to the next level have courses such as AVID. That we're making sure that we build a system of support to help kids maximize their academic potential and whatever it is they're going to do. 1D is very, very encompassing. It's designed to make sure all truly means all, and that we're designing things for all of our children, from our very highest performers to our students with the most challenges.
Okay, I agree. Even in like job opportunities, when you have what's the program called at the high school level, when kids can go out and work half a day and then
Yes,
yeah,
OJT. Yep.
Work a half a day and then go to school a half a day. So just want to make sure we're clear on what those systems are. It's our fine arts, our athletics, AVID. It's to support our students who are disadvantaged, as well as, you know, any student to accomplish what he or she has the potential for.
I call this our hook strategy. To hook
Okay,
them.
good. Okay, and the last one, is goal 5, if we could go back to that one. You know, we are a unique government system. Yes, we have operations. Yes, we have to deal with finance. Yes, we have hiring as well as assigning of duties. We're dealing with all age groups, from 3 and 4-year-olds all the way to possibly 22-year-olds. We deal with human potential, and I see nothing in here that talks about we have to make our system more human and more humane. We have to realize the human potential. We have to be careful of our tone. We're not the military. We are not an IBM or computer company, a company that just doesn't have to worry about how our employees and how what we create, which are successful academic learners, but we also have to develop their social, their SEL. We have to develop the fact that they have pride in themselves. And that's just not for our students. We have to have goals, those same things that strengthen what we try to communicate with just not communicate with our community people, but we have an obligation. We have an obligation as a school system, any school system, to fully address the needs. And I don't see there to address all their needs. And we saw that in the pandemic. I mean, the district turned around from brick and mortar to virtual learning in a dime. We open up our schools for hurricanes. Mr. Aiken put everything together along with our Schoolway Cafe managers to feed our children. So there's more to, I think, all of this. And I don't see that in our strategy. We have always stepped forward to meet the needs of our students, our staff, as well as our communities. So I would like to see something about how we address, not just what we address, but how do we do it? We have to be humane. We have to believe in the human potential. We have to watch the tone in which we communicate, in which we hire, because most people underestimate the registrar's position and the clerk in the front office of any school, wherever. They are the first contact, the person who answers the phone anywhere in any office. It's very important that we have the very best. And now they're at the front of safety and security, I see that, but we also have to realize their human potential, to recognize how important what they do is, that we appreciate what they do. So I see a lot of what's, but I don't see how do we do it. And the whole thing, especially what I think what Mrs. Haynes was trying to get to was, we have to remember we're dealing with human potential. And if you want good human potential, you have to show oneself that we have the potential to be good people, so we can attract good people. So if that could be added somewhere as part of our communication, I would very much like that. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. So, like my colleagues, our goals to me, and I know strategic plan are supposed to be somewhat generic in nature, but when you're talking to the public and you say ensure high quality instruction for all students, my first question is going to be how. And so when I look at our strategies on how we plan to do that, the first thing that jumps out at me, we all know that you have to look at your economically disadvantaged students. So we really don't even address that as a strategy. We could say ELA, we could say math, we could say all of those great things, but you haven't addressed the issue. How do you close your achievement gap? And how do you address those students of both color and economically disadvantaged? So when we look at recruit, retain, and develop, and we talk about broadening our recruitment efforts to ensure hiring processes secures best candidates early, my first question is how? How will we do that? And if we say, well, we're going to start recruiting in April, does not dictate that you still will be getting the best candidates for the hiring process. So I think we really have to look at some of this when we want to articulate what our goal is. And so if our goal is to recruit, retain, develop high quality staff, are there areas that we need to really focus on first? If so, we need to state it. And I'll just say, i.e., we know we need to recruit, retain, and develop high quality teachers in the area of ESE. We need to put that there. If that is one of the areas we know we're struggling, because what you put down on paper becomes your priority. So if we know we're struggling in that area, we know that is an area of concern, we need to be somewhat very specific in some nature when it comes to our strategies or when we're looking at our KPIs. Provide safe and supportive environment. We're talking about providing a safe and supportive learning environment. What environment? What kind of environment are you talking about? So if you want to say for us, we're talking about a learning environment. Well, let's say a safe and supportive and secure learning environment. Great. And so when we say that, the number of district-wide suspensions doesn't necessarily equate to a safe and supportive learning environment. It could be a component, but I wouldn't necessarily say that would lead to itself. I would actually say some of that could actually come back to instruction. Do you have innovative teachers? Do they have the rigor? Do they feel challenged? Some kids act out because they're not challenged. Some kids act out because they're disinterested. So have we provided them with the instruction or with programs that would now lend itself to reduce that more so than a safe and supportive environment? When I'm thinking of a safe and supportive environment, SEL is good. I know one of my colleagues mentioned some other, I believe Clayton, Georgia, their school system actually was probably one of the leaders as it relates to SEL and restorative justice practices. So we may want to look at Clayton County and see what they did in Georgia. But when I look at that, we talk about provide a safe and supportive environment. I'm looking at how do you build a positive school culture? Well, that really could tie back into number two. Did you first hire a person who could lead a school and could change the school culture? So when we look at some of these, some of them, I could say I could easily put them someplace else. And if you had a good leader, then that in itself would take care of number 3. I think when we're talking about that, one of the things is, and I would like to see our deputy, our chief of security actually give some input, because how do you think people feel safe? I always say I'm saddened that we in my generation have to see officers on school campuses. I felt safe on campus without an officer. Well, now that's not our reality. So how do we talk about those relationships? Because that will speak to safe and supportive environments in an educational learning environment. Moving down to number 4, when we talk about resources and deploy technology software and that's strategically equitable, I get that. But one of my number 1 KPIs is making sure that you have trained teachers to use the technology to teach our students how they too will be able to need that as they progress. That to me could almost go back to number 1. Are our students ready to leave Volusia County schools and have been exposed to certain software, certain technology that could enhance them? Quite naturally, those that are actually taking in some of our academies and taking some certifications, yes, but we should provide that for all of our students, because they will have to have some technological skills when they graduate from high school, starting now. We've seen how quickly COVID has forced us into an environment that have many people uncomfortable. Well, if they're uncomfortable, and if our students are walking into a job tomorrow, and every internship, and I'm gonna speak a little bit from higher ed, all the internships this summer are pretty much virtual. Well, if we've never taught our students how to work in a virtual environment, how do they adjust? Are they able to adapt quickly? So again, that goes back to I would say that ensure high quality instruction, because we're living in a different environment. So our strategic plan got to encompass the environment we live in now moving forward. I want to go to the last one, strength and communication, community engagement. And so here again, I believe our goal is to make sure that everybody, and not so much strengthening, is just to make sure that we have properly engaged our community and or just our stakeholders, period. Everybody's our stakeholder, from a parent to a child to a student. We had some hiccups, again, that we were able to resolve quickly. But when you talk about communication, you really do have to have, I would say, like a plan, a formal plan, saying this is how we communicate, make sure the community understands how we communicate, our various ways of communicating, because it can't just be email. It can't be just calling on the phone. We got to make it, because many people communicate differently and use different methodologies. So when we talk about communication, the first thing I would make sure is that all of our stakeholders, and again, as far as strength communication and community engagement, just strengthen the relationship with all stakeholders. That can include our communications as well as engagement. But the first thing I want to know, well, how do you communicate? How do you keep in contact with me? And so I don't think we've answered that question effectively based on what I see. Those are my thoughts. But any other comments, colleagues? And then I'm gonna turn it back over to you, Rebecca, and Dr. Fritz. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
So there was a point that I also forgot to mention. So going back to number 2, I don't see anything on here about what is also one of our challenges, which is building our bench of leadership. And so if you don't have a strategy and a goal of raising leaders, I personally know of dozens of folks who have gone through the higher ed education and have not been given an opportunity. And so there's nothing on here related to that. And so Dr. Fritz and I, we've talked at length about that and the importance of having a bench and developing those leaders. Just for your information, last week, I believe it was 6 out of 11 folks that were entered into the principal internship program. And so for those who weren't, how are we building that bench? Because, you know, as I look at our principals and, you know, a lot of them won't be here in 5 years, won't be here in 10 years. And so who is the next, how can we start preparing that next group of, as Dr. Fritz would say, superintendents, okay, to be able to be the leaders in their school. And so I think that's a big piece that's missing there. And one more point on the first one, and you know, and this is more a challenge to the education leaders in our district because, you know, I, for one, admittedly, but I see that we are tying this to the test. And so how can we strike a balance in, you know, the test is how we're measured and that's sort of the market. That's what creates our school grades and goes on real estate listings and that whole bit. But how do we create a balance between what some may term authentic learning versus just their ELA proficiency, math proficiency, et cetera? So that's a challenge for the district. I really don't have the answer for that one, but it just seems like it focuses just on the test. So that was it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I do, you brought up two good points that I do want to speak on quickly. And so in talking to, and I do think they understand, I think we just got to make sure we put it, if we are saying it's a priority for our strategic plan, one of the things I was able, when I spoke to each of the assistant superintendents, I spoke to just that issue. I don't want us to get great at gaming systems. It's easy to game the system, to get ELA points, to get math points. We need to get to root causes and look at the story behind, because when you do authentic teaching, again, rigor, having some innovative, all of that would take care of itself. So you have to have those things in place. Again, tying back, number two, really having great teachers who understand where we're going, understand as times change, they too have to change their methodology and their pedagogy to provide students with the type of instruction they need. Then we won't have to focus on ELA and math, because I look at that as gaming the system. After a while, we won't be able to game the system. Then what do we do? And also, when you talked a little bit, Ruben, back to the whole thing, and you're right, I think that was a concern for the entire board. How do we create a bench? I am of a different slight mindset. I tell people all the time, I don't know if I would go invest in an educational leadership degree unless I know I want to go into leadership. And so when we start this process, identifying people for the process, I think our TOAs, I'm not sure the criteria. I know what the criteria used to be, and I know Dr. Fritz was looking at that as well. But I wouldn't encourage anyone to go get a degree in teacher in that field until I became maybe a TOA, to see if I even really want to do this, because that gives you a bird's eye view if this is what I really want to do. And so when you become an assistant principal, that is where they really need to start focusing on, okay, I want to be assistant principal. I know I want to do this. Is this where I now go get the certification? Because I know in order to be a principal, again, knowing the criteria, I know in order to be a principal in the state of Florida, I have to have a degree in ed leadership. I know I have to pass the FELE. So before we encourage people to incur debt, I think we got to find a pathway to allow them to experience some of this prior to that commitment, because that is a financial commitment that people will get into and decide this is not for me. And we've had people say, you know what, I really don't want to do this. I really want to go back to the classroom, or I really want to work in a specialized area because that's my strength. So we got to have a pathway where people are introduced, but not forced to go and jump over all these hoops to find out 2 or 3 years later, this is just not who I am or what I want to do. That's my 2 cents. So Rebecca, if you're finished, I'm turning it back over to you and Dr. Fritz. Actually,
I'm gonna take the reins for a little second. Board members, where you went is where the team is going for the 95% of what you said is where we go next. I need to explain the way a strategic plan for this type of system works. What you have here is you have your goals and your strategies at the high levels. What's going to happen next is you're going to have, because it's a 3-year plan, you're going to have 3 years worth of milestones and activities that the team will be developing. So, Mr. Colon, your point about developing a strong talent pipeline, that's strategy 2B. So all of the activities that you are talking about, everybody has talked about activities. When I'm listening to you speak, you're talking about the board itself is talking about the activities. That won't go on the strategy sheet. That'll go into the 3-year implementation plan, being this is how we're going to do 2B, develop a strong talent pipeline. We're going to make sure that we have a leadership fair. We're going to make sure that we have orientations. I mean, we're going to make sure that we have principal internship opportunities more than once a year. Those are the activities that the public doesn't necessarily need to see that. What they need to see is that we have at the strategy level, and they can see it. It's going to be in our booklet, but on the front page, you'll have your goals and your strategies. And so the strategies is an overall way of us getting that work. So for example, goal 1, where it says increase proficiency and growth in ELA, it doesn't mean that we won't be focusing on our economic disadvantage at all. It means as a district, that's a strategy for us to improve our performance. That means we'll improve it for all. And so what I want you to understand the difference between the goals, the strategies, those overarching metrics, like those outcome metrics, and we can certainly add and tweak, but when you talk about the outcome metric, if there were just 2 metrics that you were looking at academically to see if we're moving overall, right? If they're not crossing the graduation stage, and this came from our focus groups, when they said to us that looking at our metrics, the most important things that we can look at or that acceleration rate and graduation. It doesn't mean the 3rd grade scores aren't important and the 4th grade scores. They're just those overall outcome metrics. So when you're looking at this page, understand this is the high level. The work is in the 3 years of the milestone plans, which will be coming. Rebecca, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. And the good news is because you all will have the detail of the 3 years and the strategies the activities that we're doing underneath all these strategies, it's still valuable to know if there are ways we can increase the language at this level, because some people will stop at this level. And so I think that a lot of the feedback you gave, we need to apply and incorporate into some of the detail that Dr. Fritz was just referencing in the activities. And some of it we need to bring out into this level and change the way we're talking about things so that it's clear that 2B, develop a strong talent pipeline, is about building a bench, and that's where we're throwing our weight in this goal area because we know it's important for our district. So I totally agree, Dr. Fritz, that was helpful clarification, and also I think this feedback is going to make the plan even stronger at this high level as well as the detail that supports it.
And so Rebecca and Dr. Fritz, I really do, and that's why I said normally it's broader in sense, but I'm going to use number 1, ensure high quality instruction for all students. We could have easily said high quality to where it says ensure high quality instruction for all students. We could have easily said high quality academic enterprise. And so when people say, well, what is your academic? That's everybody. That's not just instruction for students. When we do this, and for me, when everybody is learning, and so it goes back to not just, we're talking about the entire academic enterprise. We're going to ensure high quality for the academic enterprise. So in that, we've gotten a little more general when we say the academic enterprise. We're talking about everything dealing with education versus just instruction. So to me, I think that was very specific. So that's why I said a lot of them are more specific than general, because now we're talking about the ensure high quality academic enterprise. So what is the enterprise? What students are a part of that? Actually, your faculty and staff are a part of all of that. But I'll let you all play around with it.
Well, what I'd like to do is we've been playing around with it, and this is really part of the process to bring it to the board as the final step. And not only have we played around with it, our people have played around with it. So right now, what I'd like Rebecca to do is be able to do what we did with our folks. And Rebecca, we're going to give them this strategy, the plans, and the metrics, and then we're going to let each board member write their input on, just like we did with our people. And then we can make the adjustments, because this plan has been well vetted, but this is the way it works. Developing a strategic plan. You 5 are the final folks that we come to. This is everything that we've gathered from the work with the folks in the district thus far. And so this is your opportunity, just like we've done all along, to wordsmith, to add to the strategies, to kind of look so that the team can start working on those 3-year milestone and activities. So this is perfect. So at the end of tonight, Rebecca can email you this to you, make it an editable version. You can put your names in there and what suggestions you have to make it an adjustment. And then we don't even have to wait for the 28th board meeting because we want it done by then. Once you get it done, we'll continue to wordsmith it and we'll keep sending it back and forth until we feel like we've got a place that we can all live.
Okay, that'd be perfect. And may I ask a question, and I'll ask my board members and as well as you, Dr. Fritz. Is there one particular goal each of you would like to work on versus all of us? Because I think then that becomes a little too cumbersome. Is it one goal each of you would like to take and work with Rebecca and the team and whoever the person that will be leading that effort? Colleagues?
I'd like to work on goal 1.
Okay, that's fine.
And it would be my absolute pleasure to work on goal number 5.
Okay, Ruben? Jamie? Linda?
Linda can choose before me.
Well, I would like to do 4.
4, okay.
And I would like to do number 2, Ida, unless you'd like to.
It doesn't matter, I'm fine, I'll work on 3. So now signing each of you, then it would be your responsibility to help, again, look at the goal. And my thing, some of the matrix and strategies are not bad. For me, some of the goal itself could be a little more generic, but we got to be kind of clear and not appear that we're a singular focus. But each of you, so Carl Persis, number 1, Jamie Haynes, number 2, Ida Wright, number 3, Linda Cuthbert, number 4, and Ruben Colon, number 5, correct?
Now, unless Ida, you would prefer 4. Is that more down your alley?
No, actually, I was hoping you or actually Jamie would take that because I know she worked in the tech area. But no, I'm fine with number 3.
No, that's fine. Okay, just making sure. Thanks.
I'm fine. So Dr. Fritz, that'll cut down some of the back and forth. They can now work with the direct report and Rebecca.
I think that's great. And I'm gonna play school teacher a little bit. I'm gonna give you a deadline. Okay. I really need you to give us your input by June 23rd. And the reason why is our team has to have this finalized, ready to roll. There's some marketing piece that we have to do, some structural work that Kelly has to do, but get your input in. That's 2 weeks away, and work with the gold leads on providing that input, please, so that we can, you see who they are, but that way we can get it going very quickly. And we appreciate it, guys. This is part of the process, so please know you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing at this point.
Okay.
Would it help you if we moved it to the 19th? That gives us all the rest of this week and next week.
Well, sir, that's a recommendation from you and your other colleagues. That would, yes, anytime you give us will help us.
Okay, that's fine. So we know our marching orders. You know which goal you're assigned to. You see your lead, your lead contact. So make sure you reach out to them, schedule your meetings. And we have been given a deadline of the 23rd, but if we can get this done in a week, I think they would be much appreciative of your working time and your input. Anything else you need to say to us, Rebecca? Anything else, Dr. Fritz?
No, I appreciate the feedback. I think it's wonderful. I think as you start to dive into it, you'll start seeing some of the ideas that you were discussing and strategies in the activities. And I want to thank you very much for doing it this way. This is supposed to be the board strategic plan, so your involvement is critical. So thank you.
Okay, I have one question before both of you jump off. I see where we use Are we going to be using the terminology KPIs or no? I see it mentioned once, administrative lead in their areas and kind of decide, but if you could talk to your team, Dr. Fritz, and
Yep.
just decide if we want to use KPIs or not. Because I just want to make sure, again, our language is consistent.
Well, I mean, let's do this. Let's just make it consistent. KPI is a good term that's used by great city schools and other school districts around. I mean, I feel comfortable doing that, and the team is all listening. If we feel good going forward with KPIs as a way to measure, then I'm comfortable with that.
So I'll just say this, because everybody may not know, because in our district, we have not really used KPIs in the past. I'm sure the educators know what it is, but can you just touch bases and then let us know?
Sure, absolutely.
Right. Thank you. Anything else, colleagues, before we let Ms. Davis adjourn from us? And tell your colleague congratulations on the birth of her new child.
I will, thank you.
All right.
I appreciate your feedback so much. Thank you so much for providing that to us.
Thank you,
Really
Rebecca.
helpful.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you.
you. We'll be in touch.
All righty, bye-bye. We do have some callers for our 5 p.m. and so we're gonna take callers. Give me just a minute, let me pull them up. The first person we have for public participation is Carmen Rosemunda from DeBerry, City Manager.
Yes, this is Carmen Rosamonda, City Manager of DeBerry. I'm calling by phone. I appreciate Chairman and board members. I'm calling you today to let you know that I became a city manager about a year ago. I'm calling you today to let you know that I became a city manager about a year ago. And yeah, there's some feedback here. I apologize.
I need to hang up the meeting then.
And yeah, there's some feedback here. I apologize.
If you can turn down the computer that you're listening on.
Okay, I'm trying to do that.
Turn down the computer that you're listening.
Okay, is that better?
Okay. As you know, I became a city manager about a year ago, and one of my strategic initiatives was to resolve the DeBerry Elementary traffic safety issue. I've been working with your staff over the last year to work on a joint venture, a public-public partnership to relieve the traffic issue. As you know, the DeBerry Elementary sits on West High Banks, which is a 2-lane road, and there's significant safety issues not only for your students and for parents and teachers, but if there was an emergency at that particular facility during those particular times, it'd be very difficult for us to get emergency vehicles to that particular to your school. And so we've been working on the last year or so a design that I believe your staff and our staff agree to that allows to change the entrance of DeBerry Elementary to Donald Smith Boulevard and to stack cars in a manner that allows free flow of traffic, et cetera. We've been working on an interlocal agreement, which we're in the final stages of. The city of DeBerry has stepped up and has allocated our half of the dollars for the construction of a proposed change of entrance and new turning lanes. And I'm asking the school board to step up and this fiscal year put in their 50% of the construction cost, which is estimated. And I'm just going to use a round number of $1 million to get this project done. The city of DeBerry allocated in March $500,000 for our share. And we would like the school board to allocate in this fiscal year budget the other $500,000. And let's set a model for all your other schools, how cities and school boards can work together. And when they work together, they can accomplish things that have been outstanding for a long period of time. This problem's been existing for 10 years. And I think we're to the final stages of coming to a conclusion to where we can get this project on the docket and be able to get it done by September 2021. So I'm asking the school board, when you look at your budget, to allocate $500,000 for the DeBerry Elementary School and to be able to get this project done now rather than later. And I'll take any questions.
Well, you called on public participation, so I get a chance to explain. We're not really allowed to provide feedback, but I have taken notation. After this call, I will get with Dr. Fritz and Greg to have a discussion, and one of them will be contacting you back. And we do want to thank you for this information, but we'll get with Greg Aikens and Dr. Scott Fritz, and one of the two will return your call with an update. But thank you so much, because that's good information. And we appreciate it. DeBerry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our next caller is Linda Williams in reference to Osceola Ortona School.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Williams, this is Ida Wright. Just state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Go right ahead.
Okay. You might have to cut me off. I didn't really plan the speech. This is Linda Williams at 331 Bozarby. Well, what is my address? 131 Bozarby. And it's the street that goes up to where parents turn off to go to Osceola. So I have a special interest in that. It's going to be great, you know, when the traffic gets off my street, whichever way we do it, it sounds like that'll happen. But, and I want to tell you, I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I have worked with families, and I loved that y'all were talking about communication was a priority in your strategic plan. I listened to the whole strategic plan, and I was so excited because I got to hear that prior to what I was going to say. And I was going to recommend something, you know, that was similar to that. You're already doing it. You're way ahead of me. And I've worked in schools as a military and family life counselor in a number of countries, and in ours working with the military kids in schools. Both of my kids, who are in their mid-30s, went to schools here in Volusia County, up here in Ormond. Okay, so my point is, I don't know myself where that school should be located. And I understand it's going to be K through 8. But what I am going for, and I do a group here in Ormond called Civil Discourse. As a matter of fact, the commissioners gave me an award for starting that, so we could talk to each other in a way that we could really solve problems. And so I don't have where it should be, but what I have is I wish we could look at how we want to educate our kids, which you are doing right now. That's what's exciting, before we make a decision of what kind of building we want. And I think it's especially important right now with what the events that are going on as far as COVID and the murder of George Floyd, and that we incorporate these kind of event possibilities. We have no clue what's going to happen into what that building should be like. And I'm not talking about safety. I'm talking about what someone brought out. I took some notes. Instead of educating, of course we want them to graduate, but helping each child realize their human potential. And somebody mentioned the tone in which we communicate and look at economically and racially disadvantaged. And so how does that fit in with the type of building we want? Not where it's going to be located. Could we possibly want buildings in both locations and have a transportation so kids can find their niche in both locations? And of course the older ones helping the younger ones. But I know there are certain things we have to do for the state of Florida, but perhaps we here in Volusia could with this strategic plan you've come up with and furthering it, come up with something, and what the facility, how the facility should accommodate this strategic plan. And perhaps the state would start looking at what Volusia's doing. You know, it's not just about testing. Every kid is going to be, hopefully in this strategic plan, and from what I hear you say, it's what you want. Every kid is going to reach their potential, even if they don't graduate, you know? So could we, before we make a decision about what that building is going to look like and how many buildings, maybe it's going to be at both places, could we come up with a creative solution for that building tying in with your strategic plan and each kid being served, to reach their maximum potential and feel safe, and that there's restorative justice. I heard you mention that. Tying all this in with the building itself. Should the building just be because we already had a plan? Or could we tie these two together? And that's my main point, is let's look at it further. I would be happy to help you in any way I can with my skills, and not just jump off. Could we say, okay, we got to get that building done right now, and it's got to be at one place or the other. Let's look at all that land we have and how we might use it, and a lot of outdoor stuff, and maybe kids will be going on a lot of field trips instead of, do we have to look at 30 kids in a classroom? Do we have to, or can we, get really creative about helping each child? And I know one time with my
Williams, Ms. Williams,
yeah, my
I hate
time's
to
up.
yes, ma'am. I hate to cut you off because you really provided some good insight. But yes, ma'am, unfortunately, we do have some other people in the holding pattern that I need to allow
that's my
here.
point.
But
And
thank
you
you.
for
But we do.
listening.
But thank you so much.
I can be of help. All right. Bye-bye.
Will do. Thank you. Our next caller is Mrs. Mary Chanel. Marie Chanel, Miss Chanel.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Miss Chanel. You calling about graduation? Please state your name and your address if you so choose, and you have 3 minutes, and you can start.
All right, thank you. My name is Marie Channel. I live at 3 Woodbound Lane in DeBary, Florida, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all about the Volusia County Schools Class of 2020 graduation. As I'm sure you may be aware, there are growing concerns and frustrations with what information has been shared to date, concern over the feasibility and safety of a closed arena venue such as the Ocean Center, based upon both its location in the heart of a heavy tourist-driven beach district, as well as the practice of packing the school's practice sessions and commencement ceremonies back-to-back over the course of a one-week period, particularly with 3-hour intervals apart. And secondly, the frustrations and the communicated limitations of tickets impacting the number of attendees per student. University High School, in which I have a senior, is one of these schools, and they have communicated plans for a traditional graduation pending yet to be communicated CDC guidelines. The back-to-back approach of the schools will leave little to no opportunity for any type of thorough sanitation of the 6,173-seat arena, and the limitation of the tickets impacts the number of friends and family members able to attend, leaving our students in a tough choice of even wanting to attend their own ceremonies out of fear that the county is not doing everything that they could to make our graduation safe and accessible to all. Other nearby counties have announced and acted upon already plans to host graduations outside at either local high school or even at the driving event at the Daytona Speedway. And there's currently a petition circulated, which has actually been started by one of the University High School seniors themselves, seeking other options and challenging us all to think outside of the box and to, quote, allow these kids, which have had their senior years stripped away, to have this one grand memory of all their family and maybe some friends to share this special day. Our kids deserve this recognition and the closure of all the years of hard work that they've invested into their academic careers. And the parents, grandparents, siblings, caretakers, and other influencers who have supported them along their journey should all be able to participate in that celebration of their hard work. So I'm asking for the school board to seek some action in looking to move up the graduation and seek alternative areas and support the petition that's been started by one of these students in helping them move along in their journeys from their academic accomplishments.
Thank you so much for your comments, and we will be addressing that. And then I know this has been a tough time, but thank you very much, and you'll be hearing from us shortly.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Mrs. Donna Benkert. Graduation.
Benkert.
Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
It's Benkert. E-R-T as in Thomas.
Okay. Just state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes. You can start.
Thank you. My name is Donna Benkert. My address is 12 Sanford Avenue, DeBary, Florida. I have a senior currently attending University High School. And to continue the conversation from Ms. Channel, my senior is right now getting very frustrated along with many of her colleagues because they are not being recognized, and they feel that they need to move on with their lives. And in order to do that, they need some closure. And as graduation should have been on May 31st, it should be as soon as possible. They do not want to wait till July for a possible graduation. As Ms. Channel said, there is a situation with the CDC guidelines, and we do not know for sure if we'll even be able to have that venue and if people will even be able to attend, as there are mixed messages about how many tickets each child is going to get. As an asthmatic, I would not be able to attend my own daughter's graduation, regardless of what everybody else says. I am severe asthmatic, and I have my family members also have very bad health issues. We suggested many different options. I know I was in contact with not only school board, I also spoke with state representative, I also spoke with the school board itself, and also the principal since March in regards to different options, like a drive-through graduation where we can do maybe possibly park in the parking lot and have the kids in it once they call their name. Let's see, I had other points that I wanted to make, unfortunately. Oh, and I know that you are doing military graduations this week. As I tried to get my daughter to be considered for part of the military graduation, unfortunately, they didn't, they weren't going to be able to do that for us. So maybe they can do separate graduations for separate groups, or maybe, like I said, the drive-through situation, do it out on a field. There are so many options out there, but these kids really do want to graduate now. And they were not asked, and we were not asked what we wanted. Because we had a lot of different options, and we had a lot of input that we were not asked for, as opposed to, everybody thinks we were asked, and the student government was not representative of the student body as far as the senior class of 2020. So if at all, that please find some type of alternative for these kids to graduate within this week or so that they can move on with their lives and start their next step in their journey. Thank you so much for all your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And we have taken notations of your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Our next caller is Mrs. Mary Comiskey. Mrs. Comiskey?
Hello, I'm
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and see your smiling face.
Okay.
Hello.
Just state your name,
Hey.
and you have 3 minutes.
Hey, I'm Mary Comiskey, 2112 Royal Palm Drive, Edgewater, Florida, raised in Volusia County Schools, retired and returned to Volusia County Schools. I wanted to thank you guys for the presentation of the strategic plan. I don't know who the presenter was. You can hear me still, right, Ida?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know who the presenter was, but I did want to remind her that even though this is draft, this is also public. She had mentioned that when it goes public. It's also public when she presents it to you guys. I wanted to thank you for some of your comments. Ruben, you are more on than I have ever seen you since you came on the board. I am so thrilled with the things you said. Thank you for reminding us. We are about education. We are not about numbers. We are not about an A. We are not about graduation rates. We are about students, and an awful lot of students. And I want to thank you. I want to thank Ida, Jamie, Linda, Carl, all of you. I missed some of your comments because this virtual thing is hard to get used to, right? But I have left Volusia County Schools, as you all know. I have not made public all my reasons. I did leave because of initially because of a threat I received at Spruce Creek High, where I, Dr. Fritz, actually, and Linda can attest to this, helped bring up the graduation rate with all the typical seniors, the ones that didn't do IB, a couple of years in a row. I'm one of your best and brightest 2 years in a row who has a terminal degree, and I left. And the reason I left is because Dr. Fritz would not find the time to meet with me. Would not find the time to meet with me and discuss my concerns, though I've been a part of Volusia County Schools since 1967. So when you talk about your talent pipeline, make sure you consider the things you are doing now. I have had many, many friends contact me and ask me, please, Kate, we know you're fearless. We know you've got a big mouth. We know your reputation. Please speak up about the fact that the ESE department at the highest level has been gutted, and the ESE leadership is being required to reapply for their jobs. If you guys would discuss these kinds of changes with the public, discuss them at the meeting, and talk about the white elephants in the room. I mean, Ida brought up just a few minutes ago on the strategic plan some of the white elephants in the room. We have got to prepare students. You guys do. I'm out. You know, the Comiskey educators have been snapped up by other districts since you guys decided to throw 3 of us away. But talk about what we need to prepare those students for this incredibly scary, changing, dynamic environment. Ida Wright talked about that. Please, please go ahead and take her advice. Address that in that strategic plan, Dr. Fritz. And the last thing I want to say is, even though Dr. Fritz and I didn't see eye to eye to the point of me leaving the district, I want to say right now publicly that I hope all of Volusia County will pray for Dr. Fritz. Pray for Dr. Fritz. There are many of us out here who are longtime cancer survivors, and we are familiar with the 3 a.m. night sweat. Okay? It can happen. You know, no one deserves to deal with this in a time of crisis, and I'm telling you what, Dr. Fritz, I am out here praying for you. And this is Comiskey out.
Thank you so much, and we too are praying for healing for Dr. Fritz, but thank you so much for that. I believe that was our last caller. Colleagues, if you don't mind, we will take a 10-minute break or a 12-minute break, and we'll return back to the here right about 5:55. Is that okay? 5:55.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
sorry, I didn't mean to make all that noise in your ears. I can't hear you, Ms. Cuthbert. You're on mute.
There's music to our ears.
Everybody's chewing.
Cookie.
A quick dinner.
It gave us like 8 minutes to have dinner.
That's right.
Yeah.
12.
So sorry,
My
12.
cookie.
I give you
Yeah,
12 minutes.
my cookie is medicinal. I have low blood sugar. How
Okay.
about that for rationalization?
That's very good rationalization, I tell you. Okay, so Mr. Persis, are you back with us?
I think he went to a drive-through.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Have you been to the drive-through? You eating?
I'm here.
Okay, so we'll move right on back into our meeting. Going to item 13.02, fiscal year. Dr. Fritz.
Yes, Madam Chair and Board. It's my pleasure to bring up Chief Financial Officer Deb Muller. We're going to review with you the proposed capital budget for this school year. This is budget season. We do not have released numbers yet from the governor, although we are expecting them very soon. We've got word that we should have something within the next week. So we're excited about that because, as you know, on the 16th, we have our district budget meeting to look at individual departments. But naturally, it makes sense to start with the capital. So Deb, I know that we've shared a little bit with the board, so they have some type of an idea. But feel free to start running us through the presentation for today, and then we'll take any questions or comments the board members have for us.
Thank you. Deb, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I forgot I had to press *6. Okay, let me start again. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Fritz. Tonight, we do present the first draft of the 2021 capital budget and 5-year work program. Also on the ready with us is Greg Aiken, our Chief Operating Officer, and Steve Grube, our Planning Director, as well as Clint Griffin, our Chief Information Officer, to assist with the presentation and answer questions that you may have. Remember that this is the first draft, and when you adopt the capital budget, it is only for the next fiscal year, although we do submit the 5-year plan. But I believe that when you see the presentation tonight, we will need conversation by you as well as direction prior to bringing the tentative budget back to you on July 28th. And I know sometimes we even have another work session to present additional information. So this year has been unlike any other due to COVID-19. And we find ourselves in a downturn, though, similar to what we have experienced before. Although hopefully this is a shortened timeline. We will see that this will affect our 5-year plan, and that we may have to make some decisions on what our priorities are and what we can and can't do based on available revenues. Next, please. Starting with the revenue assumptions, we do have capital outlay and debt service, which is our motor vehicle license revenue, and that is does not depend on legislative approval.
We also have public education capital outlay, which comes from gross receipts tax on utilities, called PICO, but the legislature decided in fiscal year 20 to fund charter schools with this money, and so we don't have any of this funding in our current plans. We also have impact fees, which based off recent collections, we've projected at $6 million for fiscal year 21, and then have been conservative at $5 million for the remaining 4 years. We have collected more than that in the last couple of years, but as you know, that the impact fee will be reviewed during fiscal year 21 and then effective by December 31st of 2022. We also have our capital outlay property tax, which is the tax on our value of our properties. And this year we saw an 8.04% increase. Next year, the pre-preliminary tax roll indicates that we would have an 8.1% increase. So we're still continuing to see that healthy growth in our taxable values, which is helpful for our 1.5 mils collection. The area where we will see definitely some decline is in the half-cent sales tax revenue. Of course, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, sales tax collections have been predicted to decline as much as 25%. We did receive our collections for the month of March, and it was down 8%, so that was not too substantial, but we anticipate the next ones to be lower. And we have included a 25% decline in the first 6 months, a 15% decline in the second 6 months for next fiscal year, and then level off at a 10% decrease in fiscal year 21-22. We have contracted with PFM, our financial advisors, to generate a revenue projection based on historical collections as well as the economic factors that they anticipate. And so I did receive a draft right prior to this meeting, and that the projections that we have included in this budget were conservative. And so I anticipate that we can increase the revenue somewhat, but they're also waiting for our April collections and see what they actually look like before this is finalized. The last 3 years are projected to return to the normal levels that we had previously projected. Interest income, although it's a small amount, we did collect substantially more because we had our COPS funds invested, but we anticipate that $100,000 is an acceptable budget at this point, and we can meet that. Obviously, the interest rates during this COVID period caused a decline in the revenue, as well as the fact that we will be paying down on Deltona Middle School project, which will use up a substantial amount of the proceeds of that COPS bond. We're presenting 2 different options as far as revenue. Option A includes a $20 million bond, and that is based on the decision that you made at the last board meeting to proceed with investigating the combination of Ortona and Osceola and building a new K-8 school. And we have that scheduled in fiscal year 22 on the 5-year plan. And that would be to cover the cost of the additional building costs based on turning it into a K-8 instead of a K-5. We have $24 million that's included in the COPS lease to build Ortona, and so we would need to add $15 to $20 million to that. Option B is the pay-as-you-go method, as you had asked us to take a look at, and that would be no bond issues for building Ortona or Osceola. just looking at the two different ways of bonding or pay as you go and what those effects have. Obviously, when we bond, and we've had these discussions in the last year or so, that we have money for projects that then must go to paying interest on those bonds. However, we can see the benefits of the 21st century schools and realize the operational efficiencies sooner. If we have overly aggressive schedules, that does require more staff. And, we've talked about that as well, that finding the qualified staff to build these, including contractors and subcontractors, can sometimes be tricky when everybody is building. And then also the COVID-19 recession will impact sales tax, and it may affect our impact fee and ad valorem tax revenues, which would reduce the amount of money we have to pay down our debt service and to fund other pay-as-you-go projects. And on the pay-as-you-go side, of course, it would take time to accrue the funds to address the large projects, which pushes them out more. It may lead to deteriorating conditions with those projects in the current buildings that they're addressing, and we may have to spend money for emergency projects that impact available revenues. For instance, if if we have an HVAC project plan and we have a chiller go out, then we may have to spend that money now and push back other projects, as well as inflation and other variables can exacerbate the construction cost increases, such we saw with the steel being imported. And on the same hand, the COVID-19 recession will impact sales tax and may affect and push out further any projects that we plan. Next, please. So under this option A with a $20 million bond, you will see the ad valorem taxes under fiscal year 2021 projected at $64 million. And then you'll see the reduction of the sales tax down to $34 million. And we really had anticipated before this collecting just over $41 million. And so we are seeing that impact, as well as next year we see a slight impact as well. Now the difference between the two options is right here on this financing source line, the $20 million. That's where you see the bond. I'm sorry, flip to the next, please. Right there on the other financing sources line under fiscal year 21-22 is that $20 million projected bond. And again, because there will be analysis for the program that would go into Ortona Osceola project, then it will take longer, more like 15 to 18 months, where originally we had the K-5 that would have been scheduled in the 2021 budget, so next year. Next, please. And this is a list of all of the totals of the different types of projects. And we will get into this in more detail, so we'll continue on to the next slide. And what I want to point out to you here is we do have a $27 million fund balance. When you see the next to last line, restricted fund balance on $27,044,870. That's the projection to end the fiscal year 2021. You can see that it decreases a little the following year and increases, but then it actually drops to $188,245. So that is definitely a concern looking at the outer years in this plan and trying to maybe having to reprioritize or push out some other projects that are scheduled during those years. And part of the reason clearly is because some of the loss of sales tax revenue that we're going to see over the next 2 years. Next, please. And this is the same slide, except for this is pay as you go. And if you flip to the next one, Erin, please, you can see on this other financing sources that there is no $20 million bond that's included in fiscal year 21-22. And if you could flip 2 more. All right, and then what I want to point out to you here again is the restricted fund balance. And you can see it's the same in 2021, but then on the pay-as-you-go basis, if we were to try and complete Osceola and Ortona as it is in this presentation, we could not do it without bonding. So that would mean pushing it out at least another year, but you can see that we steadily decline in kind of a bumpy fashion for 2 years and then end up at fiscal year 24-25 with about 12 million in our fund balance. So clearly we've got to make some decisions on a choice for pay as you go or to do the bond, just to do Osceola and Ortona in 21-22. Next, please. And these are basically the assumptions that we have on the appropriation side, which is the expenditure side. In this, in this 5-year plan, the appropriations request for fiscal year 21, when we get down to looking at Artifact 1, you'll see again the summary of new construction would be 19 million and 27.2 million for projects at existing schools and facilities, with 2.8 million for facilities management, and then 7 million for technology, 1 million for system-wide equipment and vehicle replacement, and 2.3 million for bus purchases. We also have transfers included to the general fund and debt service, which make up the largest appropriation. $9.5 million is for funding general fund copier leases, maintenance projects, and enterprise-wide software such as the ERP and SIS fees. And the debt service for fiscal year 21 is 45.8 million. Now that's option A1, and if you go to the next slide, option A2 is the $20 million bond, and the differences there is, as Dr. Fritz has mentioned, and we'll talk about a little bit later, the Career Center. Right now that is scheduled in fiscal year 23. So if the board would choose to make this a priority and build it sooner rather than later, and we decided to move it to fiscal year 22, we would need to look at eliminating 11 million of facilities review projects that year, as well as an additional 4 million in projects. We also are looking at using impact fees for the cost of school additions instead of LCIF or sales tax funds, which would definitely assist us in freeing up some money from those other two funding sources. Next, please. And then option B is the pay-as-you-go. And under pay-as-you-go, Osceola and Ortona would need to be built as a K-5 and would be using the 24 million already borrowed for the COPS funds. Those funds must be used by December of 2022. And that is due to IRS regulations that you have to spend at least 90% of those proceeds within 3 years, and we borrowed that in December of 2019. So that if you wanted to continue planning for a K-8, as I said earlier, that would have to be moved out at least 1 year. In fiscal year 23, a career center could be built using LCIF funds, and then also, sorry, I can't see that bottom line. Again, consider using impact fees for the cost of school additions instead of LCIF or sales tax funds. Next, please. And one of the reasons we talk about, you know, having all of this money for our large projects, but there are also reasons why a lot of funds are needed for smaller projects. And, you know, we do have aging facilities and systems. During the recession, when we had the last half-cent sales tax, they're number one, as you know, the state cut the millage rate, so it was 2 mills, went down to 1.75, and then down to 1.5. So not only was the millage rate reduced, but then we lost sales funds. So during that whole period, there were a lot of Band-Aids put on many systems, and those projects were pushed off. So we have been catching up since the recovery and since the renewal of the half-cent referendum. So that's good news. But we do have a lot of HVAC, roof programs, fire alarms and intercoms. All of these add up in the bigger picture, as well as small and historic schools that need a lot of maintenance. We also have been addressing special area projects, next please, such as media centers throughout the district, elementary pavilions and playgrounds and high school tracks, fields on and off campus, and as well as lights. So that those as well take up some of the funding that's available. The other area that we want to address on the next slide, please, is that for student one-to-one technology, one of the goals stated in the half-cent sales tax referendum was to go one-to-one, and the original plan was for fiscal year 2021. Again, COVID is going to affect the available revenue, and we need to talk about purchasing if we want to continue to move towards one-to-one, and how soon we want to do that. We would have to purchase over multiple years or possibly lease all devices in the next fiscal year. And in that respect, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves by presenting the capital budget prior to presenting the general fund budget, because they are connected, and you know, we do have funding that will be coming from the CARES Act, and I think we really need to look at everything in one package before, you know, some decisions are made. And again, this is all preliminary. And we'll have Clint talk about that in just a little bit. Looking at the next slide, a little comparison between some of the major projects and what the impact of the change from a pay-as-you-go to a bonded work program would provide. Deltona Middle, which will be substantially finished, and in fiscal year 21 will only have FF&E, so there'll be no impact to that. New Smyrna Beach Middle, that's fiscal year 21, and that's using $7 million from COPS and $10 million from sales tax. There's no impact from changing, because we do have the COPS funds and we must use them by December of 2022. Next, please. Osceola Ortono, as I mentioned before, we cannot build that in fiscal year 22 on a pay-as-you-go basis. We could build the K5 with the COPS money that we have. Under a bonded work program, you could design and build for a fiscal year 23 opening, and we would need to borrow that $15 to $20 million in additional funds. And then Stark Elementary, those renovations are scheduled for fiscal year 22, and there would be no impact either way unless a different decision on Stark is made. If the board were to decide to replace that school, then there would be a need to either bond or postpone. And Cherry T. Small is another project that's scheduled. It's not scheduled until fiscal year 25. And again, there's no impact to that unless the decision would be made to replace that school instead of just renovation. And so we would need to reconfigure and either move that out or bond to accomplish that. Next, please. And then we have Spruce Creek High School, which is phased over 2 years with impact fees. And so there is no effect either way. We have those impact fees. We've been accumulating those. And then Tomoka Elementary is another replacement school, and that would not be included until at least fiscal year 2025 in a pay-as-you-go work program. The bonded work program right now in what we're showing is scheduled for fiscal year 24. And depending on what other priorities are, then that may need to be moved out, depending on the economy and what other decisions are made by the board. And then the Career Center, which I mentioned, we have that in the budget right now at $15 million. That we could not build without bonding or postponing projects. We could complete it in August 2023 without postponing any projects. And that, again, needs a decision on the priority of doing that. Next, please. And the other areas that I mentioned here under the pay-as-you-go work program and the bonded work program, we're looking at reducing that amount from $9 million to $7 million. And that is mostly because of the result of the loss in sales tax revenue due to COVID next fiscal year. Security is the same situation, and we'll show you on the detail that we would need to reduce that amount, and that's in our proposal, as well as the athletics budget that those projects we would propose to reduce that and have only be able to complete some of those projects for next year. And then if we could pull up, Aaron, please, this artifact, and then we can go through that. And it is a separate attachment on Board Docs, so you can go ahead and open that so that you can see that in much greater detail. If you look at the budget at the top is major projects, new construction. The first section there is all of the new construction or renovations and additions, and we have the yellow coded projects are using half-cent sales tax as the funding source. The green projects are using LCIF, or Local Capital Improvement Fund, which comes from our tax revenue. And then in the light blue areas, those are the ones using impact fee money. We have over here the new Smyrna Beach Middle, which is in a kind of blue-gray at $17 million. That would actually be using the impact fees, and the sales tax revenue plus the COPS revenue that we have. And then Osceola or Tono, you can see that's a blended use as well, because that would be the COPS funds of 24 million plus another 15 to 20 million borrowed on a new bond. Going down a little bit into the projects at existing schools and facilities. You can see for this year the projects that we have scheduled. And I did want to point out that the gentleman, the city manager calling from DeBary about the new parent loop, that we do have this scheduled in the project plan right here. We have it budgeted at $1 million, but that's offset by $500,000 in the revenue from DeBary that we would receive. So as he stated, it would cost the district a net of $500,000. So that is in there and scheduled for 2021. The other area down here, we have DeLand scheduled with some different campus upgrades. And we have Deltona Lakes, which is almost $2 million, as well as down here we have Manatee Cove, campus-wide chiller pipes, and looking down further to the bottom, we have Spruce Creek Elementary scheduled for $800,000, and then looking down towards the bottom, we have $3 million set aside for various schools' minor projects that may arise, as well as we've reduced the security to $1 million and the high school athletics to $1.75 million. And then looking down at the technology, you can see that we've reduced that for 2 years down to $7 million. And then it would be bumped back up to $9 million. And that's the same with the security and the high school athletics money. We also have trimmed down the various schools and departments, furniture and equipment. You can see the following years we have it at $1 million, which is what we budgeted this year, but we trimmed that back to $500,000 next year, as well as under the buses. We eliminated 2 buses that we were originally planning on purchasing for next year to free up a little money. We've also seen a reduction in some of the bus routes, and since we've been able to get on a regular replacement schedule for buses, we do feel that we could eliminate those 2. And then at the bottom, you see all the transfers to general fund and to debt service. And as I said, we have Greg Aiken, and we have Mr. Steve Grube and Mr. Clint Griffin as well as myself, to answer any questions that you may have on the presentation or the budget.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Anything you want to say, Dr. Fritz, before I open up the floor to my colleagues?
No, ma'am. We can go right to your colleagues.
Okay, Mr. Persis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always great looking at revenue forecast and trying to predict the future. And then you look at all of the needs that we have in the huge district, and it never fails, Madam Chair. No matter how much revenue we have, we always have greater needs than what we have revenue. Isn't that the way it always works? I want to ask you, Deb, you talked about the 8% increase in the ad valorem tax roll. The property appraiser is saying. So what is that in terms of dollars? Is that around 5 million, 6 million? How much is the 8% for us over the previous year?
Let's see, the previous year's budget was, let me just pull that up here. Have that right here in front of me. The ad valorem for 1920 was 59.3 million. So it's almost $5 million.
So $5 million more than this year, than the year we're just wrapping up.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the sales tax decline, we're sort of thinking it's going to go down 25% for this calendar year. Is that what we're saying for the calendar year of 2020, or is that
25% for through December of this year, and then just a 15% from the original projections for the second half of this fiscal year. And as I said, I did receive some information from Mr. Glover at PFM this afternoon, and it does look that like possibly it will be a little less impactful. And so we can, again, take a look at that and see. Initially, it looked like maybe $3 million difference from what we have in this projection for next year. But again, he would like to review our April collections before making a final determination, and we should have those by the end of June.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be fair to say April will be the lowest one, and then May will collect more than we did in April. Obviously, things started opening up, and June will be higher than May. I mean, that's just the way it is going to trend. I don't think anybody doubts that. It just seems like I don't think we're going to be 25% on the whole. If we were collecting close to 44 million on the sales tax on the previous year, so
yeah.
They were thinking we were going to be we're projecting $8 million less than that, and I just don't see that. But we'll know more as each month comes in.
Right, and there is of course a carry forward effect, because there will be 4 months this fiscal year where we'll collect less.
Sure.
As well.
Yeah, I see that. And so then as we look at this, if you're just wanting to know about pay as you go or the bond, I mean, I would certainly be in favor of bonding money, particularly if our interest rate is as low or nearly as low as it was when we took out our $100 million bond. I mean, if we can borrow money for anything under 3%, I think it's in our best interest to borrow it. I don't know whether Jay's on the line or not, or
Jay is not on the line. If you go, Aaron, to the appendix, it's beyond. Go further down in the presentation. There you go. Next. Okay. I do have some information at the end that includes the bond proposal. Of course, he did this for August 1st of 20.
Okay.
But if we push it out to the following year, the interest rates obviously could change a little bit, but the interest looking at about 1.9 million for the net interest, with an all-in true interest cost of 1.9%. So certainly not looking too poorly to continue borrowing money.
Right. Yeah. And can you state again currently what our debt service payments are? I know we're paying on the Pearson loan and then the 100 million. Could you state those figures again?
Sure. Well, and actually our debt service is also includes the, just pull that up here. The debt service also includes everything, not just what we have from those two issues. We also have our COPS leases that were borrowed for LCIF, and it's 45 million for 45.8 million next fiscal year, and it stays at about 46 million until you get to fiscal year 25, and then drops to 35.6.
million.
Okay. Can you explain again what those COPS leases were?
Sure. When we built schools previously, and I don't have all the schools that are included in those leases, but it's basically the same thing as what we did, what we've done with this 100 million. So we basically use, we build the schools with the money that we borrow, and then we give the bondholder the security interest in the school, and we lease it back from the board. And so they're basically a type of bonding. And so that they, the original refunded bonds go back, I believe, to, well, we refunded them back in, I think, 2016, and I believe there are 3 of them. And those go out till about 2032 as well, I think.
Okay. And this, the 100 million that we recently borrowed, that's the one that was just a 5-year payback, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. My only other question, I guess, is to probably Steve. I guess you know, some of these things I would love to. I would love to get them. I would just like to get them on the board. I mean, get these things going. But I'm just not sure to the one point about do we have the staff to get everything going. I mean, you know, I would love to see Stark renovated, and I'd love to see Terry T. Small renovated, or whatever we got to do there. And I'd love to see Tomoka Elementary finally come to fruition. Since I've been talking about it since 2016. And of course, you know, we got the Osceola K8, but I mean, even if we had another $100 million, Steve, I mean, could we get these things done, even if we had the money?
Well, yes. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Fritz. Thank you, Deb, for that presentation. It was very thorough. Mr. Persis, yeah, we have depth of staff, and we also have a great access to consultants. We just renewed a number of contracts for continuing services, for design services, and for construction. So I'm confident that we can cover these projects. And if we needed to ramp up to do that, we could develop a plan as well. But I'm confident in our staff to handle this type of a commitment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Madam Chair. But as if you're just wanting to know, you know, if I'm in favor of bonding or paying as you go, I'm in favor of bonding, and I'd be in favor of bonding even more. But I would want to definitely identify, you know, how those funds would be used.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. Ms. Haynes?
Sorry.
Mrs. Haynes?
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Wright. I'm actually the board member that tends to lean towards the conservative side. I am not typically in favor of bonding and having to pay additional interest. However, the last go around, I was convinced, only because the interest rate was so low. I would have to consider what the interest rate would be if we're going to continue to bond at this time, and what the additional cost would be. However, in looking at the project page, which was the separate document that we were provided and is also provided for individuals to look at, I want to say thank you that the DeBerry Elementary Parent Loop was moved up to the 2021 school year, because I do think that that is a unique partnership when a community says we will put forth half of the money to make this happen, because it is a safety issue there. Ambulances and things are not able to get down that road in the morning or in the afternoon when school is starting or at dismissal. But if we're looking at the major projects at the top, I do appreciate everyone's time that, took the time last week to meet with me one-on-one and answer any questions I had prior to this evening's, presentation. But I've done a lot of soul searching. And so I'm struggling with some of the major projects at the top. And I'll start with when you look at Turie T. Small Elementary, and we see that it's just a classroom addition. I'm not in support of putting a classroom addition at Turie T. Small at this time, because Turie T. Small needs a brand new school. When Betty Powers was the principal there, she was promised a new school. We have yet to fulfill that promise. And in addition to that, we're not meeting the needs of that community, because that school was only built to hold a very small number of students. And part of why we're busing students out of there is that we can't hold them there. Also, we see Stark Elementary and we see renovations. I'm not in favor of only, once again, renovating or band-aiding, as we want to call it, or, using some duct tape to Stark Elementary. I've made this clear. I've said it in board meetings before. And, oh, by the way, McGinnis Elementary is on there. So my top three, and I need everybody to understand this clearly. Out of those three, only one of them sit in my district. One sits in Mrs. Wright's district, and one sits in Mr. Percis's district. But McGinnis Elementary, Turie T. Small, and Stark Elementary are three of our highest poverty elementary schools. That means they are serving our children that, for the most part, are there and they are on free lunch. I feel that they have been overlooked because of where those schools sit and the students that are attending them. And it breaks my heart, but at the same time, it makes me very angry and frustrated on a daily basis that we continue to move forward with projects on other campuses that are in more affluent neighborhoods. I have nothing against Tomoka, Mr. Persis, and please understand that. But when you look at the fact of when Tomoka was built, and you go back and you look at when McGinnis, Turie T., and Stark were built, and the fact that we let Stark fall into disrepair because we were going to close that school. And then when we did not close it, we went in and, quite frankly, we did a Band-Aid on it. Those children deserve better. And so I said this last week. I'm saying it now. I've been saying it since I got on the board. I want some projects redesigned, and I'm not willing to spend money to do classroom additions or Band-Aids, because then what happens is we finally reach the point that we do the right thing and we say we're going to finally build them a new school, and we're stuck with a building that we just randomly put up because it will not have been there long enough in order to build a new school correctly. So that is my biggest thing. And like I said, as far as the bonding goes, I'm a fiscally responsible person. I believe, I truly lend 9 times out of 10 towards pay as you go. You guys convinced me on the bonding for the projects that we're doing right now, because the interest, it was minimal. Okay. So it's going to have to come down to what the interest rate is at for me to talk about it. But I think we need to, and I challenged Mr. Grube with this, we need to visit and prioritize. Mr. Aiken has told me that there's been an evaluation conducted of 11 sites, and that information is going to be shared with us. I have yet to see it, but I'm going to tell you this right now because I personally know this. Turie T. Small has water intrusion. McGinnis has mold. So I don't know how we're going to move forward with that, but we need to do what's right for these students. But that's all I have to say at the moment, and thank you, Chairman Wright, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Mr. Colon?
And so I will echo some of what Jamie said. I will tell you that during my time in the presentation, when I met with the team and they presented this, I sort of had a little bit of buyer's remorse. And so, Ms. Cuthbert brought up the ensuring that we have the ability to pay for and all of that as part of the motion. And so as the week has gone on, I've given it a lot of thought, and I shared this with Deb and the team when I met with them this week to go over this presentation. And I am having a difficult time with the thought of spending $44 million on a K-8 that arguably the community didn't really even ask for, when arguably that same $44 million can put a school in either Osceola or Atona, a K-5, and rebuild Turie T. for the same amount of money, thereabouts. And so, we made a decision on a K-8. It's affecting 2 communities. What would, where is the need? We've had a lot of discussion about keeping the kids at Turie T. And so, and I think there's a resolve for that. But when the school only holds, built for 250 kids and it has 400, then that school needs a new school. And so the only way we're going to get those kids back at their school is with a new school, because there is no room to have them right now in the school that's across the street from their house. And so, I know that kind of throws this for a tailspin, but, what would it look like? And like Ms. Hain mentioned, I reached out to Mr. Aiken earlier and asked him, what exactly, have we done that review of that list? And I understand that they've started that work, but they have not finalized it. But in my head, I think, okay, so, we have 2 communities that we are needing to serve. Arguably, if you, and again, this is just Reuben, if you take and you put the school in Osceola and then you build a new school in Daytona for Turie T., then we are serving both communities, rightfully so. And so that's kind of where my head sort of is. Again, just like Ms. Hain, I'd like to see what the interest rate is going to be, what it looks like in bigger numbers. But I do have some reservations right now. And, again, we have to do what's right by children. And, when you have a school that's busting at the seams, that can't have VPK, that can't have, because they just don't have the room. And, going back to what Ms. Hain said, to put up a building that we know later is going to be an obstacle, that doesn't make any sense, to spend that much money when, for 3 or 4 times the amount you could build another school. So that's my 2 cents, but I appreciate the presentation, and I don't know where anybody else sits on that thought process, but that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Ms. Cuthbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to go, trying to figure out a couple things for my own district. I know Spruce Creek High School is now 45 years old, and being there today, the auditorium is a cave. It's dark. I almost stripped down the back steps. Is on that line item where all the individual projects are, I see where Spruce Creek High School has, I think, 3 million. Let me adjust my camera. Has 3 million, and then I think 10 million. Let me look to see if it's there. Let's see what it said.
Yes, it's 3 million in 22-23, and then 10 million 23-24.
Okay, is that 3 million for the auditorium, and then the 10 million is for the classroom building? Is that what that is?
That?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just asking if Mr. Grube could address that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not really sure in which order that has been prioritized. I know that's the total dollar figure. I'd be happy to research that and get an answer back to you.
Okay, great, thank you. because I think we owe it to the school, especially this is finally coming up. And I know we had talked about that classroom building would have to be built before we start tearing the rest of the school down when it becomes 50 years old. And we had started to put into motion to replace it, because once it gets to be 50 in 2025, we can start replacing our first high school since University High School, because that school too is bursting at the seams. So I just wanted to not forget Spruce Creek High School in all of this discussion. They are trying to fix the gymnasium right now, according to Mr. Aiken, because of the water intrusion, and had to put the auditorium back a little bit before they could renovate. So thank you for that. I would like to address on the next page, what kind of cuts will be coming to technology? Was it 9,000 we spent this past year? What did we spend 1920, which makes that this is reduced to 7,000 for 2021? And what is being cut? I know the money's there, but what is in particular has Mr. Griffin been forced to cut? Because I know you can't cut licenses, you can't cut the equipment we need to either replace or lease. That's a decision we have to make. And you can't cut network costs. So what is being cut?
I would ask Mr. Griffin to address that, but just from a dollar standpoint, in the last 3 fiscal years, not including this year, we had spent $35 million from the half-cent allocation. So it has been budgeted at $9 million each year. So we have continued to spend that money. It's been allocated every year. I know that when we first got started, I believe we were ahead of schedule. So we spent ahead so that we could make sure we had everything for the summer. But we have actually spent $35 million, and then I don't have the detail on what we spent this year to date yet.
Okay, well, I was just thinking of what we've spent in technology, because you said that we've reduced our funds in technology, security, and athletics. Athletics I can understand, and sometimes we can put that off to the side for a little bit, but technology and especially security, I'm concerned about what's been cut. Now that we've had to cut $2 million from each, that's what 25% of their budget. Until we, in the long run, I guess that information can be forthcoming soon, or it doesn't have to be tonight, of course, but just to see what we have. I'd just like to know what the district is going to be without. I mean, is it going to no teacher laptops? Is it going to be because we have to cut our printers? So what's in the works? Sir, if you have that information for us tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Cuthbert. So what I basically did is I took the capital from $9 million to $7 million, and that equals to about just shy of 23%. And what I did is I looked at, there's probably about 8 or 9 different line items, and right off the bat, I took the devices for student devices from 5 million to 4 million, which is in question still whether that's going to hold. I believe Deb had mentioned that she's kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit, because we're looking into devices to see if we can streamline going to one-to-one, which would kind of throw a curveball into that capital budget on our end possibly. So 1 million of it was there, and then I had to come up with another 1 million. And what I did is I just minimized each other line item within the capital expenditures 23% to equal the other 1 million. So just equally, I don't believe we're going to cut any programs or any devices for staff. And I really believe we're actually going to probably put more student devices in students' hands this fiscal year because of some possible devices as service or leasing options that we're really looking at that hasn't been looked at in the past by the district. So we're kind of really getting creative because of
Yeah.
the last couple of months that we've been through. We know the urgency, I think all of us, that it's very important that we have enough devices to give every student, not just the ones that don't have technology at their household or internet at their household. So I believe we're actually, even though we're cutting capital, we might have some alternative ways we can get there and still afford it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. And I think as we go to the budget and as the couple of months that go back and we get our revenue set, I think it would be helpful for us not just to look at the dollars, but actually what you are sacrificing in your department. So we're all aware that when they go into effect, I'm sure there'll be some blowback, and we just want to be able to be aware of what it is so we can help you educate the public of those cuts. So thank you very much. About security, I guess that's Mr. Aiken.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Ms. Cuthbert.
Good evening.
From a security standpoint, we're very fortunate to have the half-cent sales tax put in place prior to COVID-19. We also put in for several different grants through the state to help us offset some of the costs associated with putting in the storefronts, locking systems, buzzers. We've applied for another grant there as well, so we feel very comfortable that cutting this by $1 million using the grant money that we currently have and continuing to apply for these grants will help us move forward. One of the things that we're really looking at right now is replacing our camera systems on all of our campuses and including those at elementary school. They may slow down just a little bit, but we still be moving forward with those projects in the years coming. Oh, good.
Because I know several high schools could use some new camera systems. And
Mm-hmm.
I was at Spruce Creek High School this morning at their ceremony, and I really like the design of the new glass barrier in the front hall, especially the doors that automatically open, so easy, so it's a safe exit and entrance. It looked very, very nice. Are there other high schools that still have to fulfill, since we are coming up at the end of our fiscal year, what other schools still have to have those front security glass partitions placed?
Yeah, we're finalizing currently right now. We have one for Silver Sands Middle School. Unfortunately, we were supposed to start a project this summer to move the office out to closer to the bus loop, but we had to cancel that project. So we're finishing that one up now with that storefront. And there's two other schools that we're actually doing right now that are finishing up on the storefronts. We should have all those done before school starts this year for the storefronts. A couple don't need those. For example, we're relooking at, like, for example, Chisholm, Pearson. Neither one of those need any storefront. They have the locking and buzzers for the front door. So some of those other campuses, we're going back and looking again just to make sure. But from where we're standing right now, we'll have all of that done before school starts this year.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. Are all the high schools taken care of with fencing and the gates out front, the little wooden gates, as well as their glass partitions?
Yes, ma'am. So fencing project's kind of one of those. It seems like it never goes away because every time we put up something, we find another area that we can actually put a little bit more fencing in. So we're doing our second and third rounds on a lot of our campuses. I know Spruce Creek High School is now finished. Atlantic High School, the gates are done, so they should be already up and running. I'll have to check on the other schools that we have listed out there, but I can give you that update tomorrow morning.
That would be wonderful. Sure. That's I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. Yes, and also, when Ms. Mueller and Dr. Fritz and when we got together about the budget and looking at everything, and this career center was proposed, it's an excellent idea to have a career center. Our community has been asking for a career center where we can address the needs of the students who may or may not go to college, or we can be somewhat of a feeder system to Daytona State and their accreditation, their 1 or 2 year certification programs. But Dr. Fritz, have you looked at the Manufacturing Academy at Pine Ridge?
Yes, yes, Pine Ridge is pretty impressive. I will share with you, Ms. Cuthbert, and to the board members, we're working on a white paper right now to really get specific on the type of programs that we would have there and the expenditures that it would take. This is an okay program to sit off to the side because there are other priorities. It's just not one we want to forget because we know we have to have it.
Especially since Pine Ridge, it has a partnership with NASA.
Right.
We could, with their manufacturing academy, if we put in HVAC or electronics or even automotive, and if there's room on the campus, that could be a career center for the west side, as well as when we look at other property on the east side for a career center. So I just wanted to make sure we did not lose Pine Ridges because it's already been started.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
and we also want to make sure the scheduling for Pine Ridge still stays vital. We don't want to lose any of our CTE programs as we start looking at our strategic plan for student acceleration. I don't want to forget the academies that are already in place at our high school and some at our middle schools. I don't want to lose them as we have to cut units for teachers. We also need to remember the facilitators are there to help and to keep track, and our principals at our high schools have to be very, I guess, aware of their success and the emphasis that you all, as well as we board members, have for the success of our career technical education. So I just thought I would bring up Pine Ridge and not to forget it. So thank you for that. And then as we were talking about the bonding, I've always been in favor of the bonding. I've always kept an eye on the interest rates. Pay as you go, to me, always is you have some neighborhoods who have the amenities and other neighborhoods do not. From the very beginning, I have been for a K-5. I reluctantly agreed to a K-8 before by putting the caveats. I am still for a K-5. When you think of the money, like Mr. Colon stated, the $44 million, we could build 2 elementary schools with that money. And I think we need to be able to look at how we serve, especially when money is going to be so tight. And really, we don't even know what kind of monetary situation. It could be worse by August. We do not know. And that's what's so difficult, especially where we are in such unprecedented times. What do we have to pay for? Masks, hand sanitizer. Are we going to have increased transportation costs as we try to open up again? What is our instruction going to look like? Do we need more? Who knows what we're going to need in place? Because we just don't know, and we haven't had a whole lot of guidance yet. So I want to say thank you to the Southern Region Educational Board, who has created a template to help these 16 Southern states to put something together to assist us. Jamie and I were online with the Florida School Board Association last Friday, and Dr. Pruitt, who was and I don't know if anyone else was on there, Dr. Pruitt talked to us about creating a template and helping school districts reopen again. So in these very difficult, uncertain times, in my own financial conscience, I can't see spending $44 million for school when Terry T needs so much help. And it was built in 1952. It is over, almost 70 years old. It is very much due a new school. They've always been extremely polite. They've never pushed. But I think when we were on, Dr. Fitz, you were on campus, when we went to see Good Morning America, we saw firsthand how limited that school is and how deserving that campus is for a new school. So I would like to see personally, I'll put it on the record, I would like to see a K-5 on the beach side and then a K-5 at Terry T to replace Terry T. And it would serve a lot of things at the same time. And I think it would be more equitable. It would serve more families. It would help our parents so much. So, and Ms. Muller, do you need any other opinions from me? Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb, I think you're on mute. We didn't hear your response.
I'm sorry, I just need consensus.
Okay.
That's what I need.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the hardest thing for us, I'll tell you. Thank you.
No, we all brought up some very good points, and so it's now my time to weigh in. I've heard all of your input. I do have some concerns about our budget, period. Because again, we want a whole lot, and we just got to stick with reality where we are. I want you to start thinking about a couple of things. I had an opportunity to meet with our new young lady in Mr. Groove's area who will be looking at rezoning, the zoning question that was brought up before. And some of the things that I think we want to discuss and we would like to do, I think we need to hear those numbers. And the reason I'm saying that, when I asked her to look at the parameter from Bevel down to Mason Avenue, and then look at the schools that sit in that district, which is only Turie Small. We still own the property of Bonner Elementary, but what would that look like? How many students actually live in that area? We know that we are busing to about 12 students from that area to 12 different schools. And from there, I know it is Tomoka, I know it is Osceola, I know it is Ortona, it's Port Orange Elementary, Sugar Mill, Pathways, Horizon, so Longstreet. So when we look at the students that live in that area, and if we're able to bus students from that area to 12 different schools, just think about that. You are easily talking about 600 to 700 students. And our normal K-8, our normal elementary school K-5 will serve 750 students. I don't think we need to keep talking about Turie Small or Stock, because it is evident that those communities really do have the students to support the school. The question then comes to, then we would have to revisit our vote about the K-8, if that is the direction of my colleagues, because we will have to put an elementary school over there, and I'm fine with that. Again, I don't think we ever dealt with the programming, and so we do need to talk about the programming, even with the elementary school. The next concern I have with the budget, and Clint, do you know by any chance when you'll be able to provide us the information about leasing the devices?
Yes, Ms. Wright. So we have one more meeting Thursday with one last company, and the other two are finalizing some, I don't want to call them finalizing numbers, but they're finalizing rough numbers on what or I guess what it would look like. And then we can kind of base whether we want to kind of move forward or with who and what would make the most sense. And then we can really start to crunch numbers and see what it would really look like this year and then the long term. Just preliminarily, I think we can afford it to get there sometime in the next 12 months, just because of the timing of the amount of devices and to actually get those in. But can we sustain that as a long-term affordable financial picture? That's the real question. And that's really going to be up to really everybody on this panel, the board members and Dr. Fritz, to kind of look at, because I think it's not wise to start down a path that we can't sustain later in 3, 4, 5 years down the road. So I believe we could get there, but can we sustain it financially is the real big question. And I believe by the end of the week, early next week, we will have a decent picture of some of those numbers to start making some of those decisions.
Okay. And so I know we have our budget workshop next week. Is it possible that we include that, because you'll be able to give us a report since it is impacting the budget? And the reason I'm saying that, colleagues, we can talk about brick and mortar. We better be preparing for digital learning. And I think we have not really taken that serious. When we first went out for the half-cent sales tax referendum, one of the things that we were very clear about was one-to-one. We wanted to be a one-to-one district by 2020 or 2021. We are at 2020. COVID exposed Volusia County because we were supposed to be, if not 50 or 70%, we were supposed to be real close to a one-to-one district, and we're not. And so we do have to address that because I'm sure all of you have received emails. I know the superintendent and Dr. Bagabin have received those emails where parents are now asking about IB, Cambridge, can these programs be offered online? And I know we have to go through certification. I know there are other things that we have to do, but as parents push for flexibility of learning options, either we're going to play in this space, or we will become extinct really fast. So brick and mortar, great. Some schools, and I believe Turie will be one of those schools that would live and thrive even in a brick and mortar environment. The question is, as we start looking at not reducing our busing, what schools will need to be rebuilt, what schools will be able to have a sustainable model, how many of the students, what areas are growing, because that is the question. Where do we see growth? Where do we know there's growth? Where do we know that there are elementary age children that will then go to middle school, to high school? Where? And I'm looking forward to that report. And so I believe we have some tough decisions to make. I'm like you, I am very partial to bonding. I like to get things locked in as soon as possible because sometimes when we don't bond, we find ourselves with prices escalating. And again, we may be in a really good condition, good place. Like I said, COVID brought some blessings that, we may be able to get really cheap financing and really have a labor pool to help move some of our projects along. But we can't take our eye off of digital and virtual learning. We cannot, colleagues. We could see a drop in enrollment this year because of that and the demand and the ask. So I don't want us to lose sight of that. But as far as I think the argument for Turie and the argument for START, definitely for Turie because that is the area we're having her look at for busing and how many students. I think it will sell itself, honestly. I don't think it'll be a question of us debating and deciding. We are responsible to that community that if those children are not bused, to have a school that will accommodate the children that live in that area. I think we're responsible for making sure we have a school on the beach side for the children that live in that area. So the thing is, do we need to revisit this K-8 and maybe make some decisions tonight? And you don't have to. Again, it's something we may want to talk about next week because Deb hopefully will have some better number. But I do believe we will have to make some decisions, especially after Mr. Groove area bring back that data as it relates to how we bus kids in Volusia County and how we definitely bus kids out of 32114. And I'm for the bonding, looking at that, Deb, and trying to find out what our interest rate will be. I am for us definitely reevaluating the schools on this list, period. And I think some of that will have to have Mr. Groove's area even look for McGinnis. How many students are there? Is that area growing? Most of our elementary schools are 750. Can it sustain a 750, a brand new school? If all of our answers is yes, 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 then we are by law obligated to make sure that every child have a decent learning environment, period. Any other comments? Go ahead, Ms. Haynes. And then I'll come back to you, Mr. Persis.
Okay, so I'm going to encourage all of you that if you have never seen this book, they have a copy of it and at the district office, and you can get it. So it's kind of the history of the schools in Volusia County, from when they started, how they were, and it goes actually from 1854 to 2000. So everything built within that period of time, it highlights. So Mrs. Cuthbert, I was glad that you came back around because I was a little worried at first. Nothing against Spruce Creek High, but when you were talking about the fact that it's reaching the 45-year mark, what I want to share is, because I used this book since I don't have something else to go by, to talk about the ages of those 3 elementary schools, Turie T., Stark, and McGinnis. So Turie T., actually, the building that they are in right now was built in 1954, so they are 66 years old. McGinnis Elementary, because the building built in 1937 burnt down, they had to rebuild it in 1955, so it is 65 years old, according to this. And Stark Elementary is 64 years old. So nothing against Spruce Creek High, but when we're talking 45 years versus 64 to 66 years, and even I would encourage you to look at Orange City, because that's another one of them on there. The office building in Orange City dates back to 1927. So we have ignored our high poverty elementary. I can't keep saying it enough, and I'm finished ignoring them. So, you know, I'd like to reevaluate the decision that I made, especially now that I look at the cost of it. But I really do. And everybody that's new to Volusia County, you need to go take a look at this, and you need to learn about the history of Volusia County schools. It even tells you about the principals, why they're named the way they are and everything. And I think actually I'd like to challenge somebody out there. Maybe we have somebody that loves books and they'd like to take it and update it to where we are now so that we know what's happened in the last 20 years. But that's what I want to say, Mrs. Wright. So that's the age of those schools, and it's time that we did something about them, and I don't mean patch them up. So thank you.
Mr. Persis?
Yeah, thank you. You know, as I said, when I started, I like to build all of them. I am not here to pit one school against another school. I see a need for all of these schools, and that's what I would like to do. I would like to remind this board how excited we all were just a week ago about the K-8 school, just a week ago. And let's not forget the need on the beach side for a middle school program. They don't have one. They've been wanting one since '83. So when we talk about there is a need on the beach side. There's not a middle school from Flagler County all the way to Ponce Inlet. Nada, it's not there. And if we don't do it now, I don't think it'll ever happen. And it'll be like just a missed opportunity. And there is so much to be gained in a K-8 school. And we saw it there at Avalon Park. We saw the excitement. We saw that principal talk how much parents love it and how good it is for the children. So I just don't want us to, because of the budget or because we think we have to put one school over another school. I don't think we have to make that decision. Certainly not tonight, but we certainly I think have the revenue stream in the future to be able to bond more money so that we could build a Turie T. Small and build a K-8 school. I mean, that's not to me out of the question. And Miss Wright, I know you've heard your people from Ortona want that middle school. They want that beachside middle school, and I think it would really serve all those children well. So I am not saying we have to put one over the other. I said from the outset that with the interest rate being so low, we are so fortunate that we should take advantage of it. And let Deb go back this week, perhaps, with Mr. Glover and see what the bond market is. Really, give us some figures. You know, $20 million, or $40 million, the $60 million. I mean, let us know what the payments would be. And then we can decide as a board, what would be the best use of those dollars. I just would, gosh, we have been in this so long with this Ortona Osceola thing since November. And we have built up a lot of excitement over here in the Ormond area. It's been in the local papers, a lot of excitement in our community, buzzing about having a K-8 school. And I would just hate for us now at the 11th hour to kind of pull that rug out from under this community. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't build Terry T. Small. We should build them at the same time. I don't see why we couldn't. We've done other things. We've built 2 or 3 schools at the same time in the past. And one of the questions I asked Steve Grew, the first thing I asked him was, if we had all the money in the world, could we build all these projects? And he said, yes, that they have the staff and that he felt confident that they could do what the board directed them to do. So, Madam Chair, I would just like us to give Deb a little more time, crunch these numbers a little more. I definitely think if we were going to prioritize just within those 3 schools, Stark, McGinnis, Cherry T, without question, Cherry T would be the first one of those 3 because of the growth, because of the numbers, because of the 12 schools that we bus those children from their neighborhood to other schools. I mean, that certainly just rises to the top of between Stark and McGinnis and Terry T. So I would like us to consider both, and I would just like to see how much it would cost us.
Okay, and so colleagues, I just want to recapture what I believe I'm hearing. Number one, we want Ms. Mueller and her team to find out how much would it cost? What is the interest rate? And if we looked at, let's say another, $7,500 million just to give us a ballpark to find out the interest? Not saying we have to, I'm just saying to give her a starting point, because we got to give them a point to start.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to just get, just like Jamie was saying, and I know that Jamie, you and I from the outset, we wanted to pay as you go. And then we learned that it was, it was probably smarter in this financial environment in which we find ourselves to bond it. And great. And that's turned out pretty well for us. So yeah, so let's continue, Madam Chair.
So Ms. Mueller, you and your team, if we look at bonding another $100 million, can you kind of give us some numbers, some scenarios, something very similar to what we are today? Because I think we like this model because we've finished with it in 5 years. We really don't want to drag this out. Number one. Number two, again, before we actually start speaking on things we don't know, Mr. Grew, can you tell me when your area can provide us the data about if we don't bus the children out of that area, how would that impact Turie? But we got to look at how would it impact the schools that they're leaving, because now will the Beachside be able to really support, again, K-8, you're talking about a school at a minimum of 1,000 students. And if I take 200 away, you'll only have 200 there. And so now yes. I'm just saying a K-8, I just want to know our numbers, because I don't think it's wise for us to make decisions unless we have all of the facts. And the only way you're going to have all the facts, you got to understand how it's going to impact those neighborhoods that the children are bused to. And so once you remove that, how many students really live on the beach side? If we build a K, then will we have to rezone now just to make that school work? Will it still become anything other than a community school? I don't know. But I think they will be able to tell us after they run some of their reports, regression reports, looking at the students, where all of that, because they have all that data. So I want to leave it to the people who actually, and she was a wonderful young lady. And Mr. Groove, what is the young lady's name?
Stephanie Dawson.
Yes, Stephanie. And so Stephanie and I are actually going to take a ride in 32114. I just want her to get an idea of where Turie and the neighborhood is, and exactly then where they're being bused to. We'll look at the beach side as well, Mr. Persis, because you're right. Both of us have a vested interest on what will happen on the beach side. But I think after they look at the students' addresses, the busing, and I would strongly encourage them to do the same thing for the west side and the southeast end, because the growth will dictate what we should do. But I don't want us to take our eyes off the prize that digital learning is here to stay, and we better plan accordingly for digital learning like we're planning for brick and mortar.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could just say that the original figures were something like, we are busing approximately 100 students from the mainland side to Ortona and Osceola, total 100 students. And we are busing about 75 students from Ortona, Osceola to Tomoka for their gifted program. So if we kept the gifted program on the beach side, you see what I'm saying? And kept these students from being bused over the bridge, just that 100, it's almost a trade-off there.
And I wouldn't argue that. That's why I'm asking Stephanie to look at all of this. So when she presented to us, we may all agree, well, you know what, that make a little more sense. So we may, I think if we have the information, we can make an informed decision.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
So, Mr. Groove, if Stephanie can get working on that for us, Deb, if you can get those numbers, and Clint, if you can be prepared to give us the overview of leasing versus purchasing and some.
So I want to just make sure I understand. So we want to look at Ortona, Osceola, the K8, and this is from a bonding dollar standpoint, and that would be 21, 22. And then we would want to look at Turie T in 21, 22 also, or at least within a year or so.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I group and get the hand signals. And then anything else in that same.
We want to look at, and I know we have McGinnis. I think the sentiment is that rather than us patching up McGinnis and we want to go ahead and look at replacing those schools. Again, Stephanie will be able to give us some idea as they begin to look at how many students in both of those areas are bused, or how many students could are close in proximity. That would be like in a 5-mile radius, that those schools will be better suited for those kids versus busing them somewhere else. And if all of them become where, they really can sustain that, we want to look at all 4, honestly.
Okay. And I guess I would just like to add that I can have him look at the short-term financing, because just remember a couple of things. Number one, so whatever we borrow, we need to spend the majority of it within 3 years. Okay. And we still have payments left on the $100 million bond currently. So the way the $20 million bond that we were looking at was going to be structured is interest from the time we borrow until we pay off that $100 million bond. Then we'd have 2 payments of about $10 million each year. So it wouldn't be on top of the current $100 million bond. So I think what I'd like to have him do is look at stretching it out for the remainder of the half-cent authorization, and looking at some shorter options that you've seen with the 100 million. So just a couple of different structures and some different amounts as well. And then that way you can have multiple options depending on, the conversation once you see
that information. And then the other question is, and this would go to you and to Dr. Fritz, I guess, but could we bring this back at the 23rd meeting? Only because next week we have the budget presentation, which we could piggyback this, but I know that it's live now and I don't know how that legally it would be affected, but also because I don't know that we can accomplish all this in 1 week.
And that's fine, Deb. The only thing we were hoping to have for next week, I really want to hear about the virtual, where we're going virtually.
Right, definitely. Yes, and we've advertised this as a general fund budget, so we can certainly, have the information about leasing as part of that. I would just want to, make sure legally that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's for what we're presenting in the board meeting.
Right. I didn't think we would be able to turn around that quick far as the bonding. And I do think that should be separate because we may have to go to the leasing corp and all of that. But I just wanted us to put it out there. But I think even the bonding, it will depend on from Mr. Groove's area, what we kind of find out about the rezoning, or as we begin to look at that and have some discussions about that as well. That will play a major part on where we go with the schools. Okay. Anything else we want to have the committee to look at, or if that's a good starting point, those 3 items? So virtual technology and leasing, Mr. Groove in his area in reference to students and where they have been bused and all of that, and especially in the areas where we're talking about the 4 current elementary schools, which is Ortona Osceola, Turie, Stark, and McGinnis. Enterprise, is it McGinnis? I'm right, McGinnis, right? And McGinnis. And then Deb, just checking on what it would cost us and what are some of our options when it comes to actually bonding the additional funds. Anything else for Mr. Mueller, Ms. Mueller, or Clint, Dr. Fritz, Mr. Groove? Go ahead. Go ahead, Jamie.
Okay, so since I shared this, I have learned some information. Every school has a copy of this in their library, but for all of you on the board and all new individuals to Volusia County that need to learn the history, if you would reach out to Kelly Schultz, she has a copy that she can send off to you. So everyone can have their own copy and learn about the history. And Ruben, what you're going to find out are your schools are new. Okay.
So what's the date on Enterprise Elementary?
Schools are new.
Except for Enterprise. I will give you Enterprise.
Enterprise is 1897. So.
Oh, it was right after the start of the book. Okay. So, but I do know you can have your own copy. Reach out to Kelly Schultz. And schools, if anybody's listening, go check your library, and you too can know about the history of the schools in Volusia County. But Mrs. Wright, I agree with you. And yes, Mrs. Mueller, let's see what it's going to take. And Mr. Groove, the challenge is, can you actually get the job done if we choose to go this way and get the money and make sure that our kids that have been ignored, because I do not want to hear from Mrs. Betty Powers again that we have not built a school at Turie when she was promised she was getting one while she was still the principal, and she's been retired for a long, long time.
You're here. I'll second that. Only
Listen.
you know that as a superintendent, I've heard that at least a dozen times.
You're right, and she has no problem walking, looking for me, and knocking on the door and reminding me. So you're absolutely right. But thank you all. And so, Deb, hopefully we've given you and your team enough information just to start. Good presentation, a lot of information, and thank you for sharing. Any other comments, colleagues, before we move on?
Yes, just one. I just have one. 2 things. First of all, Spruce Creek High School.
You said 1.
I said 2. 1 squared. Spruce Creek High School is way overcrowded. 1/3 of the population are in portables. There are over 40 portables in the back of that high school. So to let you know. And then second of all, let's not forget to talk to the oversight committee for the half-cent sales tax. I want to make sure they are informed of all what's going on. Okay, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
And you're correct. That is the one thing I did say to Ms. Mueller and Dr. Fritz when we were on that call, that we really do want to talk to them as well about some of these decisions, and so they can have input. Go ahead, Ms. Haynes.
Well, what I was going to say is, yes, we need to talk to them, but maybe they need to go out and visit Turkey, McGinnis, and Stark, because decisions were made in those by that committee, you know, and those schools were left off the list. And so I don't know if they ever saw the condition of those 3 schools, but I think maybe they need not just talk to them, I think they need to go see it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mueller. So we'll move on to our next item. 14.01, revision of job descriptions.
Ms. Wright, I'm going to ask Mr. West to come forward. Mr. West?
Yes, good evening, Chairman Wright and board members. Dr. Fritz, thank you for this evening for considering. We're revising our job descriptions. We're kind of on a constant cycle that we're looking at those. And tonight we're bringing before you the Community Information Specialist job description, and we'll be updating that, just bringing that to your attention. We'll also have a number that are going to be coming on the 23rd board meeting as well.
I think.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute.
Yeah.
Are there any questions, colleagues, for Mr. West? Hello?
No.
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one, and I'm looking at the position data. Can you please, because I'm sure somebody, I'll put it like this, I would. When we put on the terms of employment, 12 months, how many days, is it possible to put a salary range on here somewhere?
Yes, ma'am. What we would have to do though is every time we change the salary schedule, go back and change the job descriptions for every one of them. That's kind of why we put the code down there of the level, and then we adhere to that. But I'll tell you what I'll do. Can I maybe reach out and take a look at some other districts to see what they do with their job descriptions, and maybe take that into consideration and bring that up?
Yeah, and the only reason I'm asking, because when you say a level 6, if I was applying for the job, I would like to know what the ranges are.
Oh yes, ma'am. When we actually advertise for the job, we do put on there what the range is.
Okay.
So, and so, yes, ma'am, we do that on the advertisement.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else, Mr. West or Dr. Fritz?
No, ma'am, just it is my recommendation that we approve this job description.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I have anyone waiting to speak to us about this issue before we go and vote. Okay. I don't see any names on my end, Adrian or Kelly. Do you have anyone on your end? Kelly?
No.
No. Okay. All right. I'll go right ahead, Superintendent Fritz.
I'd like to, it would be the superintendent's recommendation that we approve this job description for community information specialist.
Colleagues, you've heard the superintendent's motion. Recommendation. Moved. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved by Mr. Colon, second by Ms. Haynes. Any other discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. Mr. Colon?
Yay.
Ms. Haynes?
Yay.
Mr. Persis? You're on silence, Mr.
Yeah,
Persis.
yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Cuthbert?
Yes.
And Ida, yay. Thank you. The motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you all.
We're down to our comments. So I'm gonna do something a little unusual today. I am gonna start with Ms. Cuthbert, because normally I make her second to last, then me. But I'm gonna start with you today, Ms. Cuthbert. Anything good for the order?
Yes. recently there have been some things that have occurred. I believe it had a lot to do with miscommunication. We cannot, you've said this before, Mrs. Wright, we cannot be in our silos. We have to, well, let me start back. Everything that I write on my phone, which is public, I have to think, what will it say on the front page of the paper? When I taught school, I had to make sure how my students were going to perceive what I was trying to tell them. I would ask questions to see, and we have to check for understanding. That's a process that we all go through. And because one person five people can hear the exact same thing at the exact same time, and 5 people have 5 different interpretations. We have to really make sure in our tone, we have to be extremely thorough in our delivery of information, especially when it comes to our staff and our employees, not just our children, but especially our staff and employees. And because of the state law and because of what business that has to occur, maybe it's because of COVID and everything is virtual and it hasn't been done face to face, or it's done for expediency, or whatever it is, there's an awful lot of miscommunication, creating a lot of misunderstanding and too many hurt feelings. We have to correct this. This cannot happen again. And it's just not one thing. It's been 4 or 5 things. And it's from different people at different times. We will make mistakes. We're human, and we're in the middle of stuff, of making decisions that we've never made before. We have a lot of first-year people in our district. We have a first-year superintendent, a first-year deputy superintendent, a first-year directors and coordinators. We have a first-year head. I think Mr. Griffin is the first time he's head of technology department.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, and then also Mr. Group, first time he's been in a school, and the same thing with Ms. Doster. We will make mistakes, but what we cannot make a mistake in is how we communicate with whom we serve. We deal with other human beings, we deal with other professionals, we deal with people with college degrees who have experience with our district. As we bring more and more people into our district to create authentic learning, authentic new procedures, the way we do business, we have to ever be mindful of how it's going to be perceived. It's extremely, extremely important that we understand. We have to stop and think about what is the reverberation of the message. We have to ever be mindful that we could hurt somebody else's feelings. Now, I understand that we're all adults and we shouldn't have to worry about that, but in a human, I was alluding to this before, we are in a human business and we cannot afford to throw people out the door unnecessarily. And when people are upset, a lot of them are talking amongst themselves. They don't know who to call. They feel unvalued. They feel that there's no focus on what they do or how they do it. Nobody remembers if a new department head comes in, that department head may not know all that their subordinates, what they've done to save the department, to save money, how they've been able to be innovative. Maybe the leader before was not effective, and then it reflected on the whole department. But we have to take the time. We invest in human beings. We want to make sure our children are well instructed, are safe and secure and loved and fed and transported, and are in good schools, whether it's a virtual school or whether it's a playing field, whether it's in a band room or an IB classroom. We have to be ever mindful for every single one of us, has to be ever mindful of how we treat one another. We cannot afford in these days and times to be careless. And I'm myself included. We're all fallible. We're all human beings. We have to learn to say we're sorry. And most educators will say we're sorry. That's the first thing, we'll think, oh, if I had a classroom who failed, I cannot behave like the state and blame it on the teacher. I have to go back or blame it on the students, or the teachers were at fault, or it's their economic situation. We all have to share the blame if we all want to share the accolades. And so we are held accountable, the 5 of us are held accountable to the welfare of our district. We ran for election. I'm starting to dry up. We ran for election to make the district better. We say so when we give our speeches at graduation. We say it when we campaign. We say it to each other. This is the only time the 5 of us can sit and talk to one another about these issues. But we have to be able to say, wait a minute, this was wrong. I'm sorry. Let's rewrite it. But write it in a tone that makes the other person feel good about themselves, make them feel valued. We can't cut them off at the knees. Not anymore. We cannot do it. And we have to, and a lot of times I'll see in the 5 years, and oh my gosh, it's almost 6 years, 5.5 years I've been on the board. I see the top, very top doing a good job, the very bottom doing a good job, and somehow in the middle it got all muddled. Or I've seen the top not do a good job. It's corrected by the middle, and so therefore the campus level never really hears anything about it. We know our ESE department, we know our administrations, we know we all are in it to make kids feel good on campus. But as adults, we also have to make sure that we treat each other with a great deal of respect. I can't tell you how appreciative I am of Advent Health, that during this pandemic, as far as I know, they did not do any layoffs. They did not ask for furloughs. My daughter's employed by Advent Health. She did mostly elective surgeries. She was not laid off. And she could not get over how so many of her colleagues at other hospitals were laid off. She said, I have never worked for a company that treats its employees so well. And ever since we had that discussion, I want people to think the same from Volusia County Schools. We cannot pay people what they deserve. We'll never be able to do that. As long as the DCD is there, as long as they keep reducing our required local effort, as long as our sales tax, and I saw all published in the newspaper, all the people who have not been able to pay their property taxes. I mean, 2 huge different weeks filled with pages so thick where people couldn't pay. The name of the person, the address, and how much money they owed. That's all tax money not going to our municipalities, to the school district, to the county. So these are hurting times. The best we can do is treat people well, especially when we can't pay our employees. Volusia County has always treated me well. I was ill, they kept me going. I had a fabulous classroom. I always said, just put in my classroom what you think I can do best. Sometimes I got a class, Dr. Sparger was so wonderful one day because I think it's before he got his doctorate, he was an assistant principal at New Smyrna. I was ready to quit one day about 14 years ago. And he just looked at me and said, this too shall pass. I came to school the next morning, and of course I worked another 12 years. So it's important that we don't say, oh, Mrs. Cuthbert, you could do better. He could have said that. He did not. He made me feel valued and that it's okay. You can have bad days. Tomorrow's a better day. But he wasn't preachy. He was wonderfully supportive. I will never, ever forget that. It's important that we are good to one another. So That's all I have to say. I just wanted to get out there. I love our departments. I love our CTE department, our ESE department, our transportation. They are all so valuable. The wheels on the bus go round and round. We can never forget that. Everything we do goes round and round, because what we send out comes right back to us. So thank you, Dr. Fritz. Thank you for your leadership. The last couple of weeks, these have been very trying times, especially as we are going from virtual to summer school and then trying to focus on how to start a new school with all the new administrators that are coming out the kazoo. Please remember, we hope you promote from within. We value our employees. So thank you very much. And I'll get off my soapbox. Charles Dickens used his novels. I use the school board. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, for that. Okay, Ms. Haynes, you're up. I'm letting the two ladies go first tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. So I appreciate what Mrs. Cuthbert shared, and I'm in total agreement with her on, all of the different things she said about valuing everyone. We value our children, and we have to value all of our employees as well as our families. One thing that I'd like to leave everyone with tonight, because, well, actually, I'd like to leave everyone with two. Number one, if you have a question, please reach out during school time to your teachers. Try to get your question answered by the teacher. If you can't, reach out to your administrator at your school to see if they can provide you with the answer. Or at any given time, I think all of my colleagues will agree with me, you can reach out to one of us. We are here to assist in getting you the answers that you need. And we have the resources available where we can get you what's the official answer or the correct answer. Because what breaks my heart the most is I hear from people where they've tried to get the answers on social media, or they've misinterpreted something they've read on social media, and there's really no need for drama or frustration or even to be upset. You may be upset even when we give you an answer, but we will give you the answer that is the official answer. The second thing I'd like to talk to you about tonight, and this is a hot topic all over social media, and yes, the school year ended, and typically when the school year ends and it's summertime, everybody's happy and excited because they're off to, spend time in the sunshine or at the beach or with family. But I know what's weighing heavy on everyone's mind and even their hearts right now, as well as it's weighing on all of ours. And we keep waiting and listening and watching to see what directive is going to come down from the state level. So we don't have a directive yet about opening schools. Dr. Fritz, along with all of us, have submitted names, and committees have been put together for people to talk about, what will work or what will not work. And I commend Dr. Fritz for being here such a short period of time, but committing to the fact that there was not a single Volusia County school employee that went without their paycheck during this pandemic. Even though we were sent home, we managed to maintain all of the staff in every area, and hats off to all of those that stepped up, like Schoolway Cafe, who did double and triple duty to feed our kids along with transportation. But moving forward, this is my own personal message that I'm sharing with all of you. We've lost sales tax revenue. We don't know yet what our budget's going to be. The governor has not released it. We were actually excited prior to the pandemic, thinking that money was coming in to give teachers and staff raises, because it's tough at times, and we all know why, and I'm not going to belabor the point about the DCD and all of that, but here's the reality of what we're facing right now. If we don't open school back up, we're not, and I do apologize, we have woken the kitty cat. If we don't open school back up, we're not going to have the budget or the money to continue. And the truth is, to continue holding everybody in a position at their salary. So my personal opinion is, parents, it's your choice every single year of how you choose for your children to be educated. You can choose to homeschool. You can choose to place your children in a virtual online program. And if you do, I encourage you to take a hard look at our Volusia Online Learning, which is headed up by Dr. Susie Peterson. She's phenomenal, and she's doing a great job with that program. Or you send your children to us in classrooms. And the only way we're going to have the funding to continue to employ everyone is if we have kids in seats. So I encourage all of you to take a long, hard look about what's best for you and your family, but also know that we need our children back. We're looking forward to them. Every email I have received to date has been from a parent that says, please open back up. Please let our children come to school. And the caveat they've added is, and don't make them wear a mask. And personally, my opinion, and every bit of medical research I've read so far, I agree with you parents. So for those of you that doesn't work for you, let us help you find the avenue that will. Because we also have homeschooling department that can help you oversee that, or Volusia Online Learning. And so I want to thank everyone tonight. As always, it's been great to have this discussion because we don't get to talk to each other about these topics and things. And Madam Chairman, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Mr. Persis?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert, Ms. Haynes, for your comments tonight. Boy, everybody's rolling here tonight. I see that. A lot of passion out there. I wanted to say first to Dr. Fritz, I thinking about you, and I know what you're going through, and I know how hard it is for you. And just know that you need to keep that positive attitude and keep doing whatever your physicians are telling you to do. And if they say you need to take time off because it's in the best interest of your health, well, then you need to do that. And you have a very capable senior staff here that can keep the ball rolling. So I just don't want you to add any more stress to your already stressful life. So I hope you are receiving that in the way that I mean it. I'm just concerned about you and your health.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Secondly, I wanted to say the protests that we have seen across the country in regard to the tragic death of George Floyd has really moved me. It brought me back to a time in my life when I remembered walking down the streets in 68 and 69. And it sort of made me feel proud. When you see those protests, you obviously see a lot of younger people in there. And but I got a little energized. It made me feel proud. It made me feel that people are paying attention. They care. We have seen so many of members of the African American race
helicopter pad for 8 minutes, and I'm not a little guy. It hurt. And so it was worth the symbolism of the fact that this gentleman was killed in that manner. And so I believe as a school district, and we've spoken about this before, and I brought it up today again as we were talking about our strategic plan, that we really need to take a look at that. We really need a no tolerance policy. I'd be void in saying that I have not heard of maybe some departments or folks that just are not friendly to folks of a different race. And so just like Mr. Persis said, just something that we really, really need to look at and take a pretty strong stance in saying it will not be tolerated. With that being said, there was the commentary about graduation made today, and you know, me being on social media, I get to read the good, the bad, the ugly. The folks that feel that the school board doesn't care about their children, that we don't care that the kids have an opportunity to graduate. And, you know, it's very hurtful, but it's not personal. I realize that they are just venting their frustrations with what is the process of, okay, Linda, what is just the process of, I forgot what I was saying, of grieving the same way we all have with all the changes that we've had to undergo with COVID-19. And so, you know, I know, Ms. Wright, you attended the Flagler County drive-through, and I've heard from a lot of my parents that, you know, they don't want the drive-through. And so they're really, you know, kind of like with COVID, you know, there's the folks who haven't left their house since March and the folks who believe it's a hoax. There's two sides of it. And so, you know, there is no right answer for what the school district should do for graduation that's going to fit everybody. There is no right answer. It's always going to upset somebody, whether some school districts decided to do nothing more than a video where they showed the kid's face and said, this is our graduate. And so I want folks to understand that we are here for your kids and we want to see them cross that stage. It has hurt us to not be able to be at graduation and honor your students. And so any premise that says it's because of money, I have heard absolutely nothing from the superintendent regarding any limitations of money and why we are going with the decision with the Ocean Center. It was based on a conversation that was had with student government, which the superintendent can certainly remind folks of what that process looked like should he see it fit. But at some point you have to make a decision. And so, you know, like many folks, I thought, well, heck, let's use the Speedway. We could do that. There's lots of room and all of that. And then every single day it's rained. And so I thought, wow, what would this have looked like if we had lined up 650 cars and it was pouring rain and lightning, and we'd have rain delays, 5 hours, 4 hours. What does that look like? And so, you know, I think we had to make a decision at one point, and so that's that. So again, you know, and I encourage anybody, if you think that something is not right, reach out to me, and I mean that. And I think I've been very transparent with folks. You know, you can blast it on Facebook. That's cool. I can take it. You know, we're used to being blamed for a lot of things, even if we don't know about them, believe it or not. But reach out. You know, ask us what the logic is, because we will share it if we know it. And if we don't, guess what? We'll reach out and get that logic for you. And so, you know, again, we are super excited about our graduates. We can't wait for graduation. It gives me an extra month to write a speech. Okay, I know you did. They're not there to hear me. I got it. But anyway, so that I think you guys have echoed a lot of it, and I can stop now. But again, thank you all. And Dr. Fritz, you know, you've been an amazing leader. I remind folks all the time that you started in December. 20 days later, we went on Christmas break. We hit January, then we had February, and then we hit, March, COVID. Okay, so this has not been anything but a crazy time.
Yeah.
And so, you know, again, I think that, you know, we've discussed our opportunities and things. And so with that being said, I had a conversation with Dr. Balgam. I don't know if she shared that with you, Dr. Fritz, but, you know, I think that we need to maybe consider slowing down just a bit and focusing on building relationships. I think that there's a lot of opportunity there, and I'm not going to rehash everything Ms. Cuthbert said because I think she said it very eloquently as an English teacher. But right now, at least for me, my expectation is that we get school open and that you get well. And that's my prayer.
Sounds
And
good. Sounds good to me.
the rest of it is paperwork.
Yeah.
And I mean that. The rest of it is paperwork. Let's be right by people, be right by each other. Most importantly, be right by children. And we have, what'd you say, another 10 years? So we'll get it.
That's right.
Thank you.
Right.
And to everyone, have a good night.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, anything you want to say on behalf of Mr. Doran? Mr. Wolf? Mr. Wolf? Okay. Dr. Fritz, anything you would like to say before I bring closing comments?
I just want to say thank you all for the support, and I couldn't agree more with you. One of the things that I've asked my staff to do, and I'm going to tell you they're wonderful. They really are. I've asked them to make sure that we are doing more reach down to those folks at the level where the work is being impacted and asking them. Just today, we talked about with the assistant superintendents about how to support schools in the fall. And I said, well, you know, we know what the research says, we know it's the right way to do it, but why don't we just go out and ask our principals what it is they need? I'm not going to send district people out to do lunch duty, because if they tell me that's what they need, that's not going to happen. But when they tell us that they need help with small group instruction or demonstration lessons, I said, let's listen, let's make that work. So I think you're very wise and astute to slow down a little bit. You know, we're almost there where we have a strategic plan. Really, there's one department that we're finalizing with the reorganization. We're there. 99% of it's done. It really is. And so that will be done by the end of June. And we will get through it. But I hear your words very wisely on communication. As far as graduation, I'll say this for any parent that's listening, we really tried to do our due diligence. Not only did we meet with students, but we asked our principals to go out. The Speedway was an option. It just wasn't one at the time that the kids chose. And so we had to make a plan. You know, the problem about changing plans all the time is you really never get anywhere. And so we kind of made a plan and we stuck with it. We intend next Monday to let all families know whether or not, with the CDC requirements, whether the Ocean Center, their parents will be allowed, the student will be allowed to have 6 tickets or 2. So 3 weeks out prior to that, the families will know. But that really, it has to be where we stick with some of that right now. Anyway, thank you very much, Ms. Wright and board, and I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Fritz and colleagues. So I'm not going to belabor, but we've all heard some of the same concerns. And I want to just remind you, when Dr. Fritz started, he first had an issue, almost like a melee at Atlantic. Then in February, as I boarded my flight to Dubai that I thought I was going to have to cancel, we had the firecracker incident at Mainland. And then 1 month later, we had COVID-19. So he has truly been baptized in the fire, Jesus, the Holy Ghost, and everybody else since arriving here. And both of them happen to be my high schools. So that says a lot. But great students, great principals. Is just kids being kids on the one at Mainland, actually. Atlantic was a little different, but they were able to work through that. But I just want to touch bases on a couple things that my colleagues have said. Dr. Fritz, you are our first priority. We need for you to be well and healthy. I think now my colleagues understand why I really wanted a deputy superintendent. You've hired Ms. Baggerman. Balgobin, and you trust her, and I sincerely, I'm saying this out of sincerity, you have to let her do this and take care of you. Your wife and your children need you around. We are here. We are here to support her. And I know that's easier said than done. But if you don't take care of you, worryation and everything else will prolong your condition or could potentially make it worse. So step one, get healthy. We'll take care of that. You have a deputy. That was why we hired a deputy. That's why I was adamant about a deputy. Not expecting this just because you never know. And so she feels confident that she can help us transition through this until you are 100%. And I really want you to be 100%. I don't need you 55 and 40 checking in. Quite naturally, you want to know what's going on, but use your deputy. That was the reason why we hired her. Number two, thank you for putting out the statement about Mr. Floyd. That's very touching to me. And this is what I would like to say to everyone that's listening. It's bigger than race, but race is the center. If we can deal with race relations, we can deal with everything. And often it comes back to race. And I just want you to think about this. I don't know when your children, your son Jamie started driving, or Carl or Linda, your daughters start driving, that you had to give them, or Dr. Fritz, any of you had to give them a speech about if you're stopped by the police. I'm sure you never had to, other than don't speed, be careful. In the Black community, including me, with two sons that are 6'4" and 6'3", 6'5" and 6'3.5". We have to give them instructions about if you are stopped by the police, this is what you do. And that is what's disheartening, because I don't believe in defunding the police. That's not the case. You still got to get to the root issue of racism. But it's disheartening because as African Americans, we pay taxes just like everybody else. We pay the salaries of our policemen, of our teachers, and I just cannot fathom paying the salary of people that really want to harm us. And so I always have to tell my son, make sure if you stop, 10-2, yes sir, no sir, put your hands on the steering wheel, tell them, hey, everything is in the glove compartment, start your video, call your dad or me, put them live, because we have to know. And that is not fair to our children. And so when I think about our kids in school, often, and we say it does not exist, we haven't heard of it, but it exists everywhere. Racism exists here in Volusia County, and I'm sure we have some level of racism in Volusia County schools. And children, minority children, they didn't ask to be born. They're here. And it's our responsibility to educate them and to love them and to love them where they are and for who they are. You never know, you may be raising the next Barack Obama, the next Martin Luther King, all of these people who have contributed to society, the next astronaut, the next billionaire, the next Bill Gates, you don't know. But my sincere prayer is that as we navigate through these times, because they are challenging, from COVID-19, and one of the things I said during our meeting earlier today, children are going to come back with so much baggage, from isolation to now working in an environment where everybody's a little hyperactive, but children of color are definitely really changing the momentum. And I think that's where it started, Carl. Normally we would have a few people saying something or committed to walking, engaging in social activities or having conversations. Every time we've had social change in this country, it has always started with the youth. And this time, the youth has decided that they will not sit on the sideline anymore, that they are tired of being given a speech when they get in the car and what they need to do and how they need to act and how they need to respond. And I'll just be honest with you, my two children, my oldest son would probably be compliant. My youngest son is not. He's not the compliant person. And most of you know, he would be the person, why did you stop me? And what do you want? And here's my license, and I have my mom and dad on the phone, and they want to know what is that you want with me. He would be that kid. And so, and so as a family, a husband, wife, raised children, all you see is a 6'4", intimidating young man, and don't know that he's really a gentle person, but he really believes in his rights, and he will stand up for his rights. And so I pray for our nation. We really do need to heal. The heal take place after repentance. We all have to repent for our role, try to work towards making this a really, we got to change the discussion and the dynamics for the sake of our nation. So with that said, if no one else have anything they want to add, I want to say have a great evening. I will see you next week. And I too am participating in the march on Thursday here. And Dr. Fritz, again, thank you for posting that, but please make sure that your health is your priority and your family.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Bye.
Good night.